Heyo everyone and welcome. I'm your friend Art of Mana, and let's dive into this 804th stream, a bonus stream tonight, this Tuesday, November 15th. Pixel Knight, good to have you here. Chrono is heading to bed. His list was completely swallowed by the wormhole. Oh no, guess we call it a tear hole now. Or was it a tear in time and space? Oh. Do you see what I did there? Oh, goodness. Well, I hope that you are all doing well. It is 9 p.m. over here, and I do happen to have the tier list set up behind me here for the purpose of defending it somewhat, although by the looks of it, tearing it up with the puns, nice, Chrono. From the looks of it, I'm not sure that it deserves that much defense. I mean, let's be honest. Okay, here, hold on. This is the tier list. This is what we did. This was our celebration. If you're not familiar, we went through and we took a look at Nintendo franchises. Nintendo franchises that I, of course, adore. I'm a big fan of Nintendo. And so I did have to admit there were some that I just frankly wasn't familiar with. There's one that I just had to put in there as a joke. Really, I don't think Nintendo has F-tier franchises, if I'm honest. And the rest, looking at this, gee, I don't know. I'm not sure that I would even really go so far as to say this is a great tier list. It is what it is. But 2 days in a row, what do we owe this honor? Well, just the fact that Scooter102089 said my tier list was bad. And IO Little says hello there, welcome on in. Pixel Knight says, well, we just need to call up the doctor and the TARDIS to get the tier list back. There you go. Yeah, and no, Scooter actually didn't say that. Scooter, in fact, said that he would like to just discuss this like civilized adults, all right? So something like that. Actually, Pixel Knight, I can't guess because I have never watched a single episode of Doctor Who, if you can believe it. But no, Scooter and I, we're going to settle this like mature adults, the mature adults that we are, which means we're going to debate our tier list here. Okay, Scooter is calling me right now. Let me go ahead and join the call. Scooter, I am live right now, my friend. Can you hear me?
What is that? I can.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm going to adjust your volume a bit on my end. And here we go. And let's see how that sounds.
All right. Testing, testing, testing.
Seems pretty good to me. What do y'all think? And Chrono says, civilized adults. I was saying that you and I were going to discuss this like civilized adults. Because
We are.
Who else is
It's
coming to
gonna
this
be-
stream to discuss?
Yeah, it's going to be nice and friendly because, I mean, everyone has opinions and thoughts, and that's the whole point.
Yeah. You have opinions
not
and thoughts.
necessarily-
I have verifiable objective truth.
Oh,
No.
we'll see about that, buddy.
No, actually, I started this stream by saying that I felt like this tier list, actually, if I was to do it today, it would be different. So,
And that's why I think it's perfect to bring it back up to see what would you have changed. If you
Yeah.
did. That's why I thought
Yeah.
it would be a great idea to go back to it. Because I've noticed, and this is how I did with my, and I'll go back into it once I start my stream.
thanks, a little.
But I did a top 10 list of my favorite animated TV shows. Even though I did get a huge backlash, I kind of watched it again and looked at it and I'm like, you know what? I am missing some good stuff here. So I went back through it again and realized I did have some different opinions than the first time. So, that's pretty much how it goes.
What was the tier list of, or the top 10?
Top 10 animated TV shows of the 90s.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Ooh, that would be a tough one. Top 10. I mean, okay. So you're still setting up your stream, right?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, Chronos says, okay, seriously, bedtime for me. Hope you have a good debate. And while you are at it, debate best snacks to eat while playing games. Ooh, my hot take, no snacks. That is the best snack for while playing video games, because I don't want my hands to get all dirty and have Cheeto dust on them while I'm playing. I want to keep my controllers in tip top peak performance, so got to keep them nice and
Actually,
clean.
I got a good one.
What?
Fruit snacks.
Okay.
They don't really leave anything on your hands.
No, you're right. That's an excellent example. There are snacks out there that are good, and those would be good because they don't leave anything on your fingers, really.
And
see, this is why it's good that you're on. Yeah, this is why it's good that we're chatting.
And
Air is the best snack.
If I had to say maybe one chip that I feel like doesn't do as much damage to your hands to do things, I would say Pringles. I think they're ones that are pretty consistently, unless you get one of those like really like strong flavor ones or something. But if you get like a ranch one or something, I don't really feel like I get any of like the debris on my hand personally.
I would argue on that, because I think basically anything that has the slightest bit of grease or dust or anything like that. I mean, fruit snacks are a bit of a push, but someone did mention Air. Air is the best snack. Very good.
What are you, in SpongeBob episode?
Oh man. Also, says eat dry ramen. So that I know people who do that.
I've actually done that, and that actually can still leave us, because those little ramens, even if you don't use a packet, when they break off, they kind of fly everywhere. I think those can be very messy.
See, like let's get really into the weeds with this. So there's layers of difficulty when it comes to eating while playing a game. So One Up John says use chopsticks, and he's absolutely right. Actually, it's a really good technique, because if you have to eat something and you don't want to get it on your fingers, right? Chopsticks will do the trick. You could eat chips with chopsticks. Just saying. I saw even.
If only I could use them.
Well, I saw these little things.
That's my job right there.
It's like a one-handed. Well, I guess chopsticks are two, but it's like a spring thing that you can use for while you're snacking and gaming. But no, there's the stuff you can get on your fingers. There's stuff that flies out, right? Or the packaging is tough. Now, I would say, Pixel Knight says I like some apple slices occasionally while playing, and fruit is not a bad option. Grapes maybe, something that
I was thinking grapes too.
Yeah, something that you eat the whole thing at once. Chrono says I don't think I've seen Mana eat on stream, and I think I've eaten on stream about maybe 3 or 4 times that I can remember.
I think I might have seen you do it once, if I remember correctly. I think I've seen you do it only once.
The first time I ever ate on stream, I don't even know if actually 3 or 4 might be a bit of a push. I don't know, but I've streamed 804 times, so the chances are high that I've done it a couple times.
Maybe a few times.
Maybe. But the first time I ever did, I remember, because it was when the Super Mario Brothers cereal came out with the amiibo on the box.
Oh, yes.
You remember that?
Well, I do, because I tried it on my stream too. So yes, I do remember that. Yeah.
So I did.
And honestly, it tasted like a Lucky Charms.
Yeah.
It tasted like off-brand Lucky Charms. That's what it tasted like.
Yeah, you nailed it. On that, we can agree. We may disagree on our tier list, but
now, to be fair, being an off-brand Lucky Charms is not a bad thing, but it definitely did not distinguish its own.
That is true.
I think that's about the best way to put it. It wasn't bad, but it's not going to make you remember. The only thing I'm going to remember is my frustration of trying to get the amiibo card working and finding out I only got a coin from it. That's a memory.
And my sad memory of all that is frustratingly trying to get it working and then finding out that my amiibo NFC chip was borked, and so I have the cardboard. I should have bought a couple boxes. I thought, I'll get one, I'll leave the others for other people, but Anyway,
That's what happens. That's what
one up,
happens.
John. It's
All right.
great to have you in the chat, by the way.
Yeah.
And friends, if you like retro content, I did just give Scooter a shout out, and he is, of course, a heavily retro oriented channel, but also One
I
Up
do like
John.
my retro bit.
Yep. And One Up John is as well. And One Up John just recently showcased a brand new mushroom frog virtual avatar. I forget what you call these, like VTuber thing. I
It's
don't know.
VTubing. Yes, VTubing.
VTubing.
Yep, that's what it's called. Yep.
Super adorable. Totes adorbs, I might say.
It is pretty cute.
Totes adorbs. Well done. Well done, One Up John. So you're most
it is
welcome
just
for
funny
that.
seeing that when he's like playing like Resident Evil or something. You see this cute little frog on the screen play this like really terrified game, and you just the frog looks so
And
cute.
the frog's like
all smiling and stuff. It's like it likes the violence. It's kind of funny.
more terror and destruction. Eee!
More horror, yay! All right, Kendra needed me for one moment here, and then I should be able to get my stream going here. So I think I got everything going here. Got to double check Jinker Bolts, make sure he's functioning tonight, but everything else should be a-okay. So just give me one moment.
You got it. So let's see here. Pixel Knight says, I've had Pokemon cereal. It tasted decent. When it comes to cereal, I like Cookie Crisp.
All right.
Or Reese's Puffs. To be honest, I don't know if I've had Cookie Crisp before. I don't think I ever have. There are a lot of sugary cereals I've never tried, come to think of it. But if I had to choose, we talked about cereals before. I mean, that should be the next tier list. It should be cereals. Yeah, One Up John, right? The commercials. Or honeycomb. I was thinking it wasn't. I got the Cookie Crisp, but I was thinking the little monster from Honeycomb. Me want honeycomb, right? That's what it is. Yeah. Oh, that was a little intense. For me, I've shared this before, but the kind of go-to for a sugary cereal would be something like Lucky Charms. I like Kellogg's Corn Pops. But actually, probably my favorite cereal of all right now are the Quaker Oat Squares. Those are really good. Just the plain ones. Really good. They're not a sweet cereal, but they taste very good. In fact, I would choose it over a sugary cereal. So Pixel Knight says, I'm going to repost something really quickly. I'm on the 10th Doctor episode, which had the modern reintroduction of the Cybermen. And while this is my first time watching them for myself, they are probably my favorite villains in the series. Nice. Yeah, One of John says, I love cereal mascots. Yeah.
Cereal mascots, yeah, they're pretty cool.
They're so weird, But did you ever watch Futurama?
I mean, on occasions, it's kind of like the same thing with Simpsons. I like it in spades. Like there's some episodes I really, really enjoyed. Kind of like with Simpsons, my favorite episode is part of the Treehouse horror series, where the dolphins took over Springfield and started. I don't know why, it just made me laugh really hard. But it's in spades. Like there's some like really, really good episodes in Futurama, and there's other ones I'm like, eh. So it varies.
So, I admit I've actually watched through Futurama before. I had a friend who really encouraged me to watch it, and and it can be quite crass at times, but there's some pretty clever things. But one little just throwaway joke that I thought was kind of clever, because I'm actually watching some of them now, just kind of going through just. If I have some downtime, I'm doing something else. I just want to kind of hear something in the background. And one throwaway joke, which was rather funny, was about cereal mascots. So it's now Admiral Crunch in the future. And it's I think it was like Archduke Chocula. It was just like, it cracked me up. I was like, it's so bizarre, but so funny. So, Iron Rusty is here and asks, did someone say Nintendo? I did, and I have to give a shout out actually to Iron Rusty as well, and let you all know that Iron Rusty is now the proud owner of a Nintendo Switch.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, right?
Am I seeing Metroid Dread in his future?
As a matter of fact, he was streaming Metroid Dread today. Yeah.
Oh, nice. I still got to do it. I have not opened my box still. I actually I did open it, but I still have not played Dread yet. It's on my list, but it's just like so many things on my list.
You know, he actually walked away from it today, so I don't know, Iron Rusty. The Emmys were getting him frustrated. Metal Ryan Cluster, welcome on in.
It's definitely not an easy game from what I've heard.
And Pixel Knight, I have heard those things about Tony the Tiger being a VTuber and having a milk-cooled PC or something like that. It's kind of
That would be cool. That'd be really cool. All I know is I could say with Toucan Sam, I do not like the new design.
Oh, there's a new design of Toucan Sam?
There's a new design of Toucan Sam, and I just do not like it. Yeah.
Let's look this up. Oh.
It looks weird to me.
The first thing on Google is, why did they change Toucan Sam?
My point exactly. Thank you.
I'm actually a little bit unsure. Okay, I'll pop it up on the stream here.
Yeah, go for it.
I wonder if it'll show in here. Let me actually make sure this isn't like a fan thing. Is it the like line drawn thing? No. Oh yeah, no, it's like a line drawn one, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna put these on the screen in just a second. Let me kind of cue this up so that everyone can see it.
Go for it.
I just want to verify before I put things up on here. I want to make sure that they are actually like the right thing. You know, I'm not just showing you something that's not correct.
Right, of course.
And I guess we can go look at I'll get the original up here. Original, is that the old and new? Yeah, okay. But actually, there are a few different versions of Toucan Sam, to be honest. So I'm gonna
there is. It's definitely gone through a few different stages of his. Look, I think even the Cuckoo Bird, from Cocoa Puffs, I think he even went through some variations too.
Oh, he'd have to, right? I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's a time, the animation can't stay the same forever. Even Looney Tunes have done it. You gotta switch it up. So it's understandable.
Do you though? No, I don't.
No,
right.
I don't think so personally, but I could see why, because some things can look dated. But I don't know. That's a hard bet. Yeah, Ninja Turtles. That's another good example. They've went through so many different stages. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that is true. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and pop this.
It's hard to say.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, you're okay. Yeah, it's very hard to say if should it have changed or should it have not. I don't know. I don't know.
Here, this is the first image here. Toucan Sam. This is like the Toucan Sam I grew up with. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is clearly like in the 2000s at some point we got our Toucan Sam CG render, right? So this is like, you can see the texture on his feathers, and it's sort of, everyone does the CG thing, but now there's our gradient beaked Toucan Sam anime style. I don't hate it. There is like this weird blending of 90s art style with the simplified graphic design, which is becoming more and more prevalent. Toucan Sam went to Japan and evolved is what One Up John says.
It looks like something out of Steven Universe. I think
Yeah.
the best thing I can think of right now is Steven Universe.
Actually, that's a good yes, that is a good comparison. It does bear a striking resemblance with Steven Universe. In fact, actually, pull up a Steven Universe example here. Yeah, but Pixel Knight is so right. Welcome to the Nintendo stream, where we talk about cereal mascots.
Where we talk about cereal. Well, I mean, Nintendo did have their cereals. They had the Mario one. They had Pokemon that's out right now. So it's not necessarily off.
This is it. This is the thing. This is, you are speaking the truth. Let me get a good picture here for an example. For an example. I just want to find, sometimes finding these images. I'll go with this one. But I have to kind of make this one a little bit bigger. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so it's not the nicest looking one, but here you go. So there's Steven Universe. So that kind of looks like our little Toucan Sam. So, again, we have.
Yeah, that's the first thing I could think of.
Yeah, we have sort of the original Toucan Sam. I don't know if it's actually the original. There's probably an old Toucan Sam, but that's the Toucan Sam I recall. Then we have the Toucan Sam CG. That's what I found there. I'm assuming I haven't been following. What is it? Wait, what cereal is Toucan Sam right now?
That's Fruit Loops, right?
I thought Fruit Loops was the bunny. No, that's Trix.
No, Trix.
No,
Trix
you're right.
kids,
Toucan
remember?
Sam is Fruit Loops. Okay. Whew.
Tricks for kids.
Okay. And then we have this guy here, and compare this to Steven. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that very much. So there we go. None too shabby. None too shabby.
None too shabby. Yes.
Now that we've gone through that very important detail, let me catch up here. So Iron Rusty says, "Wow, Pokemon crossover a little bit, right?" Pixel Knight says, "I actually know this. They have actually changed this design. Currently, he has a different one now that's closer to his old one." Oh, really? So that Toucan Sam is already the old one. And Iron Rusty says, "Wow, I had to look pretty low to find Samus." And Iron Rusty's a little bit upset right now. Hold on, let's. I guess I'm in trouble here. All right.
Yeah, sounds good.
Let me actually point out something here.
Sounds good. And while you're doing that, I will get my stream starting soon.
Perfect. Now, here we go. Look at this here, Iron Rusty. Right here. A tier Metroid, B tier Metroid Prime. Okay.
Ooh, I don't know how it's gonna feel about that.
That's what I was saying. So Samus is in B, but that's Prime. That's the Prime franchise, right? I separated sort of the traditional Metroid games. Iron Rusty isn't happy. B tier Metroid
Still
Prime is
raging.
controversial.
Still raging. Oh no, still raging.
I've done it bad. I've done it bad. We have to take away your right to eat cereal, Pixel Knight says. Okay.
Oh boy.
So if I were honest, I have not played through the entire Metroid Prime franchise. So this could change. Okay.
Yep.
But I personally find that the Metroid Prime series isn't what gets me excited, and that's the thing. This isn't like this tier list is just my own preferences, right?
Right.
I could potentially see myself putting the Metroid franchises or the traditional Metroid franchise 2D side-scrolling up into S tier. I probably could.
Right. I believe
But
it.
I'm with One Up John. I prefer 2D Metroid as well. I think that's the thing. Now, that being said, I did enjoy I did enjoy. You know what I'm going to say, right?
I think I know what you're gonna say.
What
But
what
go
am I
ahead.
what am I going to say?
Oh jeez.
Metroid Other M. I really
Yep,
enjoyed
I
it.
know. I knew you were gonna say that.
I really enjoyed Metroid Other M.
Okay, let me add on to that. From what I've played, I have not played the full game, so I can't base on everything. But from what I played of Metroid Other M, I kind of enjoyed it too.
Yes. And I know another pretty well-known streamer who is a big fan of Other M. In fact, that's a way that we've where we kind of connected. Ryan Cluster, am I late? No.
You are just in time.
Actually, we're just starting here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Which
Scooter's...
means I'll play my intro.
there you go.
Whee!
Yeah, we'll
Hello.
maybe hold off for a moment.
All right, sounds good.
Give him some opportunity here to get all
Hello, guys.
connected.
Making this for me. He did such a good job on this trailer.
Nice. Oh, I've heard the reason people hate that one isn't really because of the gameplay. It's more because of the story and how Samus is written, Pixel Knight says.
Yep, that was a lot of the controversy behind it. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't bother me. But Misclick Live actually is who I was gonna mention. Misclick is a fan of Other M. That was one of the things that we connected on. And I it's been a while since I played it, so honestly, at this point, I'm kind of out of the loop. But yeah, I'm gonna give a little shout out here. Actually, I haven't seen Misclick for a while. I don't know what she's up to, but she has been traditionally a Nintendo streamer and pretty pretty cozy, comfy, all that stuff. Not necessarily family friendly, but all the time. But
no, definitely not family
Yeah.
friendly. But that doesn't make her. That doesn't
Yeah.
make her any
there-
less
there she is right
entertaining.
Ah,
Definitely entertaining.
whew, 60.
I mean, there's
almost 62,000 followers too. Wow, that's
I mean, it's not
profound.
surprising. She's good at it. She's good
Yeah.
at what she does. So it's not
Indeed.
surprising to me at all that she has that kind of following.
Indeed,
She's
and she
amazing
really
at
was
what she
connected
does.
with Nintendo for a while, doing a lot of stuff with them.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
even invited to some of their promotional things and stuff. Ooh, Metal Ryan
Absolutely.
Cluster. I'm going to turn off my computer and switch to my phone. BRB, no worries.
And
go ahead.
I best I forgot that my mic's not on.
Oh no!
Technical streamer. Okay, there we go.
All right.
Hi everybody. There we go. Now I am live. Everything's looking good. Mictron says, "Hey yo, looking good, brother." Yes, I got a whole haircut. You can't see it right now because I'm wearing my new hat from my limited run games collection. We got Squid Baron, my Shantae hat. I love it.
Nice.
The only reason I'm wearing a hat right now because these headphones have actually been hurting my head lately, so I'm using the hat more to protect my head right now. So, that way we're not getting any echo or anything like that, so you guys can hear Mana very well and hear myself. And I'm going to add in some Nintendo music just in the background just to keep it a nice chill stream tonight. Because Mana and I were talking earlier and we're like, we need to do a stream something, and I'm like, and I got me back to thinking about his tier list. Is like, I told you I did want to do a tier list about Nintendo franchises. And I know we would have a lot to discuss. And it's like, maybe we should do that. Have a full discussion about it. He's like, you know what, that's a really good idea. So that's how this came about.
It's true. Here's a thought. I'm gonna throw it out there. How do you want to do this? Now we're both live. We can always create the little Khadgar link, right?
Yep, I have mine available, !MT, if you would like to. I do have it available.
All right. Let me go ahead. I'm going to do that. I wonder... Get my MT set up here. Collaborating with friends. Let's edit this real quick. Do you want to get your face on the screen?
If you have a way to do that, I don't know how I can do that because I have my webcam set to on the screen right now. But
Yeah.
I actually do have a cool idea. I have this thing where I set it up. Thank you to Bones, MC Bone, for showing me this. That if you have this little thing of mine, and it has my little icon, and it will open its mouth when it talks.
Oh,
I could send that to you as a little browser source, so you could have that in there if you wanted. I do have that set up.
I suppose actually another thing I could do would be just to.
I just have to find it.
Oh, it's because we're not in my we're in a private channel. I can't get the.
We are.
That's okay.
I could join in yours. That's only takes 2 seconds to do.
Well, we could do that. The other thing I can do is I can actually pop a little. Here, let me go in here.
You know what? Why don't we join yours? Because I have yours. I have your Discord in there. So let's just join in yours, and then both of our names will pop up.
That'll be
easy. A lot easier. Make it easier. No.
All right.
No need to make it stressful at all.
All right, sounds good. I will see you over there then.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right, I'm now in the quad. Scooter's going to join me here, and I'm going to pop this up on the screen now. Discord filter, unhide. Now you can see me. See, I'm right there. Well, it's my little. Oh, and there's the Scooter.
There we go.
Nice. And I'm also gonna do a little something else here too.
There you go. It shows both of us. Yep. I'm glad I still have that.
I love it.
Love it.
See if I can remember. Okay, guest guide.
All right, I'm gonna have to move. Oops. No, don't move that.
It's gonna be Scooter 102089. And I'm going to go ahead and boop. There we go. And now down in the bottom corner, you'll also see down there, it says who my guest is throughout everything. So now that's nice and set up.
Cool. Perfect. That works for me.
Yep.
Perfect. Next time we get into it, I will send you up with that I have, and then you can use that.
Yeah.
I will get you set up with that next time. As soon as because I don't want us to waste time trying to find it and go through all that, because you would have to make a browser source and whatnot. But I mean, it's really not that bad, but we'll save that as another surprise for your stream for next time, because I think you'll enjoy it.
Well, and there's definitely ways that we can share video. Like one of the things that I don't want to mess up sort of the flow of things, but using the same software that we were using, the same website we were using, StreamYard, right? And we could get the tier list on there, we could get our faces, we could do the whole thing. But
I wish we had more time to set that up, because that would have been really good, but that's okay.
It's the way it goes. Sometimes we just have to make do, and even though in our minds we're like, there's a better way to do this, sometimes it's just better to make the content. So the good news, everybody,
it's all good.
Yeah. The good news here is, everybody, if you want to see Scooter's face while we're chatting here, there's a Khadgar link right down there. I just popped it in the chat again. That will allow you, if you're on the computer, to watch both Scooter and me. And if you can't do that, then you can just pick either one of us. You'll be able to hear us on both streams. And I believe, Scooter, I did send you that tier list, so you should be able to show that. Okay. Perfect.
Yep, I did. I actually already have it set up right here. It's a little small, so I'll try to put it a little over my face just for a minute so you guys can see. Okay. But yes, this right here is Mana's list. Send it over to me, so I didn't have to go and try to find it through his video myself, because I didn't have a lot of time. Let me see. So let me put it big screen for a minute so you can kind of take a look at his list here. There we go. We'll put it right
and I guess I should probably do that too.
I know it's kind of being blocked by everything, right? You know what? Let me move that up to the top so it can be seen. There we go. Over everything. There we go.
Nice.
So yeah, he So obviously it's going to be the same rules apply. I'm going to have S rank, A rank, B rank, C rank, D rank, F rank. And for my list, personally, C, and D are not necessarily bad games, but they just probably won't be ones that I would really want to play very often. Maybe they'll be like once in a blue moon and stuff. They just don't have that strong of an impact. The only games that will be bad would go directly into the F. Like, I would not play those again. So I'll just say that right now. D is, it's not really good, but I do find some enjoyment. That's about the best way I could put it.
So yeah, it might be beneficial for me to share a little bit on how I approached this. I sort of took the standard, U.S. education system approach. C is average. So one thing, though, right away is, what do we mean by average? And when we're talking Nintendo, even an average Nintendo game is a really excellent game by sort of industry standards, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Nintendo, that's the one thing that Nintendo has going for it, and that's the reason why it's probably has a huge mark in video games and just actually staying in the competition, so to speak, even though they really kind of want to be their own thing. But that's what makes them that good, is because they have all these strong first party, second party game series and stuff that, really puts them over the limit than what Xbox and PlayStation have.
Yeah. So
yes,
yeah.
Blue Dan, there's so many to tackle. And Medjed Nito, thank you for dropping by. How are you doing? Good to see you.
So I definitely. Go ahead.
Everyone in Mana Chat, I can see yours too. So don't feel like you have to be in my chat to say hi. I do have it available so I can see everyone's chat. So
yeah, let me actually open up. Let's see. Yeah, let's get this here. So I wanted to share that. That C is average to me. D is just sort of it's for Nintendo. It's just a little bit lacking in some way. Yeah. Tingle down there in F was just to be funny. Then when we get to B, A, and S, those are our exceptional games. If it's in any of those, these are really good games.
Absolutely.
S is my personal favorite. A is like really close to my personal, my top. I just wanted to try and limit the best of the best. And then B is and B, this is something I'm gonna thoroughly enjoy, but it's not quite, A and S are awesome. Okay, B is really, really good. C is good. D is not as good. F is a meme, and then I have Unfamiliar to keep things kind of honest, because there are a lot of games that honestly I just have not had the experience with. So that's
Dan, you're getting ahead of yourself. Don't worry, we'll get to that one. Don't worry, we'll get to that one. Don't worry, you're getting ahead of yourself. We're gonna go through the order that we have, which is it goes by alphabetical. But don't worry, we'll get there.
Yeah,
we'll get there, Dan.
Dan in the chat. I should probably throw this here too.
What's that?
I'm just gonna throw. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna drop this.
Oh snap! 17 months.
My 17-month sub to Scooter here.
Aw. Well, you enjoy those emotes. Use the eel whenever you need.
Thank you.
The eel is there for you.
Will do.
Now you get to throw me at the eel again for your own personal enjoyment. Thank you for the 17 months subscription, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Middle Ryan Cluster says, I'm too shy to go in Scooter chat. JK joking.
Oh, it's all good. Like I said, this is not a competition between me and Mana. The fact that you guys are here in either one of our chats is honestly the most appreciative thing for us.
Yeah.
This is not a competition at all.
And I actually just popped open and I sent you a link, Scooter, to do the same. Where you can have both chats open at the same time if you didn't already.
Oh, I just actually have two internet sources open, and I just did the pop-out chat, so we are good.
Perfect. Yep. So how do you want to do this? I know the main. Well, here let me go into to Discord here, everybody, because this is the conversation that Scooter and I have had. You know, Chase to the Ultimate Gamer says, "Hey, enjoyed your stream, liked your tier list, but there's some stuff I can already tell you that I'm gonna not see eye to eye on." And I'm paraphrasing here, summarizing, but so he wanted to see if I would do like a follow up. You know, we could kind of dissect this a little bit, talk about it some more, and we made this happen. So I know you also want to do your own tier list. How do you want to make this happen? So do you want to go through mine first, or kind of same time? Like maybe go through where I ranked something, and then you add yours to your tier list.
I think So here's what we'll do. I'm gonna let you start and kind of like go with what game that you put on the tier list, where you put it, and see if you would change it or if you keep it the way you did. And then I'll let you guess where you think I will put it on mine. Ooh. And then I will go and put it where I see fit, and I'll explain my reasoning.
I like it. Real fast. Just an aside. I'm gonna share Pixel Knight's Red Hood rant.
Sure, go for it.
Okay. The Red Hood, aka Jason Todd, he's written pretty bad. First of all, his motivation as Red Hood is that he's mad Batman let him die. When in his first comic as Red Hood, he said he forgave Bruce and he knew he could save him. He was mad that Bruce didn't avenge him, not that he didn't save him. Red Hood's point is you can't stop crime, but you can control it. Red Hood in his early stuff was a mob boss wanting to take over Gotham's underworld. He didn't even want to kill all supervillains originally. He just wanted to kill people like the Joker. Okay, that was pretty much the whole Red Hood rant, and why the Titans show doesn't understand the character. Anyway, Scooter.
Interesting.
Mana and Scooter actually discussing the tier list. Me ranting about Red Hood. Indeed, Pixel Knight. Indeed.
Pixel Knight. That's okay. That's nothing wrong with bringing interesting other conversations, because that's just what makes it fun and delightful. You know, where you can talk about a lot of different things. So don't make it feel like that you have to like exactly talk about what we're talking about, because we'd be definitely interested in hearing things that you guys have to say, as long as it's, you know, obviously appropriate for the cause. Yeah.
Dan brings up an excellent question. Are we fighting with this list? We playing some Mario Party sometime? Maybe we got to play some Mario Party. All right. So if we get through this and we have time, maybe. But let's start with my unfamiliar first. My unfamiliar games first.
Or do you want me to just go through the list of the games in order that I have here?
Is that a new subscriber? Welcome. Oh, thank you so much, Gar.
And Gar subscribed.
Yeah. I think that makes more sense. Yeah, why don't we go in alphabetical order? I think that does make sense. Gar, thank you for that resubscription. 9 months of support. Hype indeed.
Woohoo!
And a big, massive shout out to Gar, because
yes, let me do that too. Gar definitely deserves it. Absolutely. Great streamer. PG streamer, so you can definitely enjoy it with family and stuff like that. So, you know, definitely check him out. Great guy.
Indeed. And Gar, since you just came here, we are collaborating, and I understand you're in and out tonight. You're cooking food. If you're at a PC at some point, you could use the Khadgar link by typing !MT in either of our chats and following along. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and do it in alphabetical order then. So start us off.
So the first game on this list is 1080 Degree. So 1080 Avalanche, and then their regular one on the Nintendo 64. Yeah. Those are the two 1080 games out there.
Yeah. I put it at B.
Okay. Do you still agree with that, or do you feel like you would change that?
Honestly, I'd almost drop it to a C,
Okay.
but whatever. What about you?
Okay. Well, first, what do you think?
I'm gonna put it a C tier for you.
C tier. Oh, Mitron!
Hey,
Mitron with
Mitron,
the raid.
raiding our friend's scooter.
Raiding it in.
Nice.
Raiding it in. Let me give you a shout out. We're not going to do the raid video because it is a collab, just out of respect here. So just let you know, but I do appreciate the love and the raid. However, you will get your shout out, my friend. Just making sure I got it in right.
Now, honestly, for some of the games, I'd say just in the interest of time, we may not need to actually kind of do the guessing game.
Okay.
We can kind of just rush through some of them. I think.
Yeah, some of them can be. Yeah.
Yeah, like when we get to when we're getting to the Mario's and the and the yeah. So all right.
Sounds good. Okay. So for 1080, I'm actually gonna put exactly what you said in the C.
Yep. Okay.
I played enough of it, and it's a fun game. But honestly, when I look back at it, the real snowboarding game that I'm gonna go back to and play a lot is SSX Tricky. That game just had so much, like, I don't know why, it just felt more alive and stuff. Don't get me wrong, 1080 is great, it's good, but it just doesn't have that oomph.
Yeah.
It doesn't really have that oomph for me to make me feel like it needs to be in a B, and it's definitely nowhere near a D. I think does what it needs. I think it does what it needs to do as a snowboarding game. And it's nice that Nintendo can have one in their collection, and it would be nice to see what they would do bringing that back. With the Switch and stuff like that. That could be a pretty cool game. Yeah. But it doesn't have that personality that really shines out there as a Nintendo game.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I really wish EA went back to their EA Sports Big, because, man, they did a great job during that era. You remember a lot of those sports games. 1080 is just, it doesn't hit the mark.
Yeah. And Dan says, I have no comment, never played it. So,
fair enough.
What's next on the list?
Advance Wars.
Advance Wars. Now, Advance Wars, for me, I put in unfamiliar. I have not played it ever before. I've seen little bits and pieces about it, but that's it.
Yes, that's right. You did put it in unfamiliar. I'll quickly show it on my screen here. Make sure it's down here. There we go. There you go. There's this list. Advance Wars is in that first little unfamiliar spot down there. And for me, I'm actually going to put it there myself. I've never played Advance Wars.
Hey, we've knocked 2 out of the park.
we did.
What's
the
next?
thing with Advance...
Oh, go ahead.
I'll quickly say this about Advance Wars. It's turn-based. Turn-based is not my strong point.
Yeah.
It took me a lot to get through any of those type of games. Even Paper Mario. Like, I love Paper Mario, but I'm not going to lie. It did take quite a bit out of me to try to get to that point. So if it's not something I'm not 100% invested in already, it's going to make it even 10 times harder for me to play through. Same. But I mean, I am kind of curious with the reboot whenever it decides to come out after the whole, controversy with everything. But as of right now, I can't judge it. But if I really had to, like, if someone was pointing at me, like, you must put a rating on it, of the impact that it made with with Nintendo, I'd probably put it in.
But you don't have any experience.
You're right, but I'm just talking about the. Okay. I'm just talking about the base of, like.
Oh, you're going in the rabbit hole. I don't know. I don't think you should. Yeah. I don't think that's dangerous. That's dangerous. All right. That's dangerous, because if you do that, you're gonna anger countless nerds around the galaxy.
But isn't that the point? Right. No. Fair enough. All right, let's move to the next one. All right. You say
Dan
B
says
for impact?
B for impact. Is that what you're going to say?
I would probably say B to C range, honestly. Yeah. For impact-wise, that would probably be where I would be putting it. Definitely no D. It'd be like that C plus B minus area. It's like really on the verge there.
Fair. All right, what's next?
If I had to. Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing. All right, no surprise to people who know me. It is an S tier game. It is right now my most played game. I did not expect it to be so well loved by me, but it is. If I were to guess for you, though, it would be maybe a B, because I think you would appreciate the impact it has had, but I know that you aren't a super fan.
Yeah, that's pretty much my point with it. I appreciate what it's done. I've never really got a chance to dive into it, and probably because I have so much of a backlog. Remember when I keep saying, "Oh yeah, I need to go to my Animal Crossing," and I keep forgetting to do it. They're probably searching for me out there. But I cannot
They've got
deny. I
They've got
cannot
the
deny the
flashlights.
impact. Yeah, the flashlight search. Right. They probably had the bat signal out there for me too.
Right.
You know, they're trying to find me that way.
One day we'll
But I
find our
can't.
lost island resident.
But I cannot deny the impact that this game has made. I really can't deny that fact. So in my heart, I probably would put it in the B range, but I cannot deny how much love and support that this game's gotten throughout Nintendo's, ever since it came out on the GameCube or in Japan on the N64, that I'm going to have to put it in the A range. So I'm trying to do a mixture of my opinion on it and how I've seen it grow throughout the years.
Okay.
So I feel like A is a very fair spot for it. I definitely think that it could be S range for me if I really stuck the time, but because my time is so limited, I don't have the time frame to really dive in as much as I want to. So yeah, it probably in the end could turn into an S, but I feel like for now, it's definitely loved out there, and I can see why. And if I really had a time, it would be one that I really want to push forward at some point, but it's just, you have to dig for that game, and literally sometimes.
It hasn't hooked you yet. It hasn't. Yeah, that's right.
Hooked me yet.
It hasn't hooked you yet, and it's probably worth noting that your introduction with the series was with New Horizons, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
So for me, it was with New Leaf, and I do think that has also colored my appreciation of the franchise, because New Horizons, though I still play it, I play it every day. If I didn't have the solid foundation in New Leaf, which is where I really came to love this franchise, probably would not have been as hooked with New Horizons as much as I was. So anyway,
right.
What's next?
Exactly. Next we have Arms.
Arms. Okay. I put it in B tier for me. And it's because I actually really love the character design. I think it's a fun game to play. Creative. It has that Nintendo charm. There's so much that I love about it, but it just didn't quite hit its potential. And so that's why it was knocked down to B for me. I think I would probably keep it there, although it could really go to A tier for me. The biggest reason I don't put it there, or I don't think I would change it right now, is though I appreciate it and enjoy it, I haven't gone back to it, and that says a lot.
Oh yeah, that definitely can.
So you...
This is a tough one for me because I really do like this game, and I have not played it a lot, but from the times that I have played it with you, and the times I have played off stream, I really do enjoy it. And truth be told, so hard.
I know, I kind of want to put it in A now. I like it.
No, I really do like it, and I think that Nintendo did this bad move of putting it right between Mario Kart and Splatoon. It came out like right in the middle of them, and it was like the worst time to try to put out this new game because people already know Mario Kart. People already know Splatoon. Like, they were already hyped for this, and you didn't give this game a chance to shine.
Right.
Because they had some true potential behind this game. Like, honestly, totally. I think this game had some high potential as a fighter.
Oh yeah.
That you don't see in too many games, and it kills me because I'm like, and it's sad because I talked to a lot of my friends and they had no clue what Arms was. And I showed them and they're like, wow, this is really cool. It's a shame. This game needed more marketing, and Nintendo just kind of let it, we release it. I don't know if they
I don't
believed
know.
in the game enough themselves.
I'm gonna push back on that a little bit. They did market it fairly well. Plus, they supported it with online functionality for a really long time afterwards, including their version of Splatfests for a long time. So
They did, yeah.
yeah, I think it's more of the timing wasn't right, and I mean it kind of just petered out, and I don't know, what are you gonna do? I am going to let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and play a little trailer for folks so they can see it. But yeah, you can go ahead and tell us where you would put it.
I think I'm going to have to put it into, like, if it was just like completely me, again, I'm going to try to do it from two different perspectives: my own playing of it, and from like the way the game was treated and stuff, the way it was put out and stuff like that. So like in my heart, I want to put it as an A, but with the way that it came out and about and stuff, and I feel like it wasn't truly 100% cared for the way it needed to be when they were releasing. Like, they didn't put enough care and love to this series as they did Splatoon. I don't feel that. I feel like
I
don't feel 100% there.
I'm gonna push back on that. I think they did. I think the reception wasn't the same as Splatoon, and I don't know the reason why. But I think it had more to do with the reception than with what Nintendo did. I think I saw Nintendo put a lot of effort into this one.
Maybe just a lot of it has to go with a really poor timing.
Yeah, and heck, we've got characters from the game in Smash Brothers, so that says a lot right there.
Yep.
So
yeah, but obviously we're already on Splatoon 3, and then there's not ARMS 2.
There's not an, and I don't know that we're ever going to get an ARMS 2, or maybe
probably not an ARMS 2. No. I don't see it happening. So I guess for that reason alone, like the way I'm thinking, I'm gonna put it as a B, because I really feel like this game had so much potential, but I feel like it wasn't pushed enough. I feel like that they did some work. I'm not saying that Nintendo did nothing about the game; they just let it fly out the window. But I don't think they put as much ready to go for it as other series. But it definitely is one noted. But so I would say B. Very good. I think that you should definitely check it out. Maybe wait for a sale, but I think it's one that you shouldn't skip.
I will say though, as I'm looking through the characters that are popping up on this trailer, I'm putting it up to A. I want to go back and play it. I would move it up to A. So, all right, next game.
We need to play some more ARMS. Either way, we need to play some more ARMS.
We should try this.
All right,
and then let's see.
Yeah, definitely. Box Boys. Next.
Box Boy. All right, Box Boy. I had to put in unfamiliar.
Same here.
And we'll make that easy. Welcome. All right. How's it going,
Unfamiliar? Yep, easy way to put it. It just
it's unfamiliar.
It didn't really have. It's unfamiliar, and I'll be honest, I didn't have much interest. It was not one that really clicked with me.
I want to play it. I actually recently got the series on my 3DS, but I haven't played it yet. I heard great things from Ghost Kid. So it's by the people who made Kirby. What's not to love with that? Dan played it. Where would you put it? Dan says I would put it in C tier. Okay. All right, next game.
And I can see why you would probably put it in C tier. All right, next is Brain Age. Now that is something I actually have played a lot of.
Okay, I put it in B tier, just mostly because I personally appreciate what Nintendo did with it, but it's not like a traditional game, so to speak, and it's not something I necessarily. Maybe I should, because I've been forgetting more things recently, but I don't go back to it as often as other franchises. So I put it in B tier. I don't know. I keep it in B tier. Probably.
Yeah. No, honestly, as much as I played it and stuff on the DS and whatnot, I'm putting it exactly there, B tier. I don't think it does enough to make it A or even anywhere near S. I think it's very well known, but I don't. Again, I feel like it doesn't have that oomph. I don't feel like it had that oomph to like really like push it above, like make it a well-known name. Don't get me wrong; it's fun to play, and I definitely agree that you should play it. But I don't think it. Yeah.
Yep. All right, what's next?
Next is Chibi Robo.
Chibi Robo. Okay, so now I thought of the franchise as a whole in this one because I haven't actually had that much experience with the original Chibi Robo, but I did enjoy some of the 3DS titles, including the much critically panned side-scrolling platformer. Was it or Lash It? Ziplash, yeah, whatever. I couldn't think of Ziplash.
Yes.
But the game that does it for me, the game that elevates what is kind of a series without a concrete direction, is the 3DS title where you had to go around and use the camera to take pictures of items that matched these outlines and sort of collect these items through the augmented reality. And it was just such a clever thing. And so that put it up to B tier for me. It's not a really solid, consistently excellent series, but it's got some charm and it's creative, and I'll put it above average. Yeah.
Fair enough. Unfortunately for me, I'm gonna have to put this one in unfamiliar.
All right.
I have two games. Someone actually gave me the GameCube one. I do have. He had an extra copy around. I didn't realize how expensive that game is to find, so I was completely shocked when he just said he had an extra copy, and he just gave it to me.
Oh, that's amazing.
So
yeah.
that was really shocking. And I also do have the Ziplash for the 3DS unopened with the amiibo.
Nice.
So it is a series that I am intrigued to get into, but I don't feel like I can make a fair comparison on it right now.
I've never played the original. That's probably something I should also mention, just to be all on the up and up. But
fair enough.
Holy moly! Apparently, it goes for like over $200 now. On so
Crazy how they do that.
I probably won't be playing Chibi Robo the original anytime. Anyway, yeah, it's the weird thing now that we're in the era that GameCube is where everyone's buying their youth. Everyone came to expendable cash, and now they're buying their GameCube games. Anyway, what's the next game?
Oh yes, absolutely. Ooh, cruising series.
Aha. Okay. I gotta boost it. I put it too low. I put it C. Kind of said it's just sort of a generic racer. The reason that I put 1080 up at B initially was because I love racing games, and somehow I know I'm saying 1080. I might bump down to C, but cruising I think I'm gonna put up to B. And especially in light of the new cruising game for sure. But that being said, part of the difficulty is it really a Nintendo franchise anymore?
Yes.
Is it?
Still, yes. Even at the arcades, it still has Nintendo's name all over it.
Well, in that
Cruisin'
case,
is Nintendo.
because the newest cruising game on Switch is absolutely bonkers bananas fun. So
I love it.
I'm gonna put it at least a B, and maybe if I think about it some more and play some more of it, it could bubble up more. But I'm gonna put it in B.
Fair enough.
Iron
this is a hard.
Oh, sorry. Iron
No,
Rusty says
please, go ahead.
he might still put it as a C for him. I put a lot into the original Cruisin' USA, and then what is the name of the most recent one? Cruisin'. Oh
I have it around
gosh.
here too.
Yeah.
Now it's gonna kill me because I just Cruisin' Blast.
Blast, right. And then I've played a lot recently of Cruisin' Blast, and I've played some of the cruising games in the arcades. I don't know, that I have a lot of nostalgia for the original cruising game. Back in the day, my friend had an N64 in that game, and I Actually borrowed it at one point and played a lot of Cruis'n USA. So I think I am going to go with B. Pay with B.
Fair enough. This one's tough for me. It's very, very tough. Because like this is a series that I really wanted, because I wanted something like more realistic cars, so to speak, and has that Mario cartooniness to that. I wanted something like that. So Cruis'n series was like, here you go. You know, it exactly does that. And I've always played it in the arcades when I was a kid, and I loved having it on my N64. And then when I finally found out that there was a new one, me and my wife went to our arcade, and I'm like, I have to try this. I have to try this. We have to try this. And we both just had a great time with it. And then I freaked out because I actually sent a message to them, to the creators. I'm like, bring this to the Switch. Bring this to the Switch. I want it so bad. And then it wasn't like 2 months later, I found out we're bringing it to the Switch. I'm like, oh my, you know, it brought me the childhood. It brought it back for me. So this game actually has a huge impact on me, per se. And I'm not really the biggest racing game player, you know, but oh my gosh, this game, it's so wacky. Especially with some of the things you could do with it. Play as a helicopter, Tyrannosaurus, a Triceratops. Like, what? It really is the wackiest thing I've ever seen, but it is so funny. I you know, the only thing I just wish, bring online to it. I want to play this with friends.
Yeah, I want to play it with you too, man. Yeah.
Oh, that was the only bummer. And they did say that they're trying to work out an idea to do that and to bring the old games back.
Oh, that would be cool to have a re-release of them.
The Game Boy Color. Yes, I did play the Game Boy Color one, Jinx. You're right. Single-handedly brought Cruis'n Blast to the Switch. So let's not. Not that far.
maybe.
That's being a little too generous. But but you know, I also look back and looked at some of the receptions of Cruis'n, and honestly, they never had the best scores. Like, honestly, a lot of people thought they were pretty average games. So I feel like I'm the only one that gets really, truly excited for them. So I have to put that into account too. Yeah. So as much as I would love to put this in the S or A rank, I don't feel like it's doing the game the right justice for what it did, for not just me, but for everyone. So I think I'm going to go and put it in the B category.
Yeah, I'm going to move mine to the B category as well. I might possibly flip 1080 and Cruis'n. Or at least Cruis'n right now would be in B.
Like, I want the series to continue, and I want them to continue being this wacky. If they can keep doing it and still make it fresh somehow and not just done again and again, then I could see this becoming more of a great franchise for Nintendo to go on. But because it's hasn't been done in so long, and now they're bringing it back, it's hard for me to like give it the S or A rank, because it needs time to flourish. Yeah, it needs time to come back. So I feel like, give this time, and this could be a really great franchise for Nintendo. But they also have to work with the people that are making the game too, because it's kind of like that second party type of thing that they have going on here. Yeah, it's Nintendo's name on it, but another company is making it. So I really want this series to continue, and I hope they do. But if they end it off here, at least we got some great games to play out of it. So that's why I feel like B is the perfect spot for it.
Okay, what's next?
Dylan's Rolling Western.
All right, now this is one I really enjoyed and played it on the 3DS quite a bit. I haven't played the sequel, but the original was really pretty fun and creative. It had some of that charm that you expect and some of that polish that you expect from sort of a major Nintendo release, and yet it was just this real small little game. I put it in B, and if it continued, if the franchise, or if I play the sequel and found that I really enjoyed it, if the franchise evolves some more, it could rise up the charts. Right now, I think I'll keep it at B. Hey, Anime Barrel, yes, surprise.
Anime Barrel, welcome. Okami, oh, I love Okami. That's another topic for another day. So with Dylan's Rolling Western, I gotta say, I am very unfamiliar with it.
Okay, that works. Check it out if you can. The only thing I will say, is I suspect you may not like the control scheme because it does
Mm.
have a sort of clumsy. I wouldn't say it's clumsy. I like it, but it does involve the stylus and some button presses with your other hand, and it could be awkward. So
That's good to know. It's definitely a series that I'm interested in. Probably not one that's like I gotta go out right now and get it. It's not like a Shantae or a Bayonetta that I would go like diving first for. But I did look into the game a little bit, and it does look interesting. And once I get my 3DS rolling and stuff, so I'm able to stream off it, I would definitely check out Dylan's Rolling Western. So
sounds good.
I'm interested. Definitely
All right.
interested.
What's next?
Donkey Kong Country series.
Aha, yes. Okay. It's an S tier. I don't know. I was waffling on this before. It's an S tier for me. This is honestly such a great series. Really solid platforming and a lot of fun, and I have a lot of nostalgia for it. Boom, S tier. Done.
What do I have to say to that? It's a C. No.
Yeah.
No. This goes all the way. Let me scroll up
Yeah.
a little bit. This goes all the way to S. There's no question
Yeah.
about it. I don't know who could tell me that it deserves anything less than an S.
Yeah,
Like,
no
honestly.
way. No way.
The game, even though I am not the biggest fan of Donkey Kong Country 3 compared to 1 and 2, the other ones, including Return and Tropical Freeze, make up for it so much that it,
Yeah.
there's no harm in that game. There's no harm in that at all. It's, nearly flawless. There's
Yeah.
not too many games I could say that are nearly flawless, but everyone has love for one of them. Some people have debates about 1, 2, or 3 being the best, but you find someone out there that will say the third one's the best. The second one's the best.
Yeah.
No, the original's the best. You'll find someone that loves that.
So
game,
good.
like,
Yeah.
to heart.
Nearly flawless is a great way to put it, Iron Rusty.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there's no way I could put it any lower. It's definitely if I could put like S plus, this one would be like top tier, and it kills me that there hasn't been a new game yet. I'm glad they brought Tropical Freeze out for people who did not play it on the Wii U, but because of the fact they also did bring it out or Donkey Kong Country Returns out on the 3DS too, we need a new game.
One of the reasons that I also put this up in S tier is when it comes to games that I will pick up and play.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm sitting there and I'm like, I want to play a game, but I can't think of what to play. Like, I'll go back and just play the first level of the original Donkey Kong Country. Like, I'll just
absolutely.
I'll just play that. That's it.
And you're with 101% rating. It, Rusty. Just like trying to get all the collectibles in Donkey Kong 64. Now, for me, I do count Donkey Kong 64 with it.
Yeah.
Because even though it's not country, it does fall in line with it. And that may not be the strongest game, but come on, everyone remembers Donkey Kong 64. Everyone remembers the rap in the beginning. That game is still so memorable and stuff like that.
Donkey Kong.
The leader of the
I watched this YouTube video. This comedian did this thing where Linky Kong was reacting to it was like he was a YouTuber, and he's hey, I'm gonna live react to this new rap that we just put out. Like, we had a lot of fun. We just wrapped up the session, recording session, and this is the first time I'm getting to see it, and and then they show it, and he's like saying stuff like, oh yeah, like that's exactly what DK does, and that's totally that they nailed Diddy, and that's true, that's true. And then what do they have to say about me? And then it's like his face just drops, and he's like, oh, that's not quite what it's not what I thought they were gonna do. I thought they kind of were telling me they were gonna do something different. Seems kind of pointed at me. I mean, I can't control my features, but it was so funny. Animate Barrel is off to bed real quick. Yeah, right. F and chatting for Linky. Okay, off to bed. Just saw you streaming. Had to say hi. Good night, everyone. Animate Barrel. Have a lovely, lovely evening. And and Iron Rusty, I'm with you. And right tonight, there's a little bonus stream because Scooter wanted to chat about this. But that being said, it's 10:14, and we're only to Donkey Kong Country, so we're gonna have to.
Don't worry, we'll speed it up. But one thing I can say is, that the thing with the Donkey Kong Country games, they keep blowing me away. Like when Donkey Kong Country Returns came out on the Wii, that looked really good. Like it
True.
was really impressive looking. And then it get to Tropical Freeze, is like it can't get better than that. Then you see Tropical Freeze, you're like, oh my god, you know. So
I
it's
agree.
like they keep bringing it. You know, it's like they keep blowing me
Yeah.
away every time it comes out. Not just graphically, but the music. Like, and they got Dave Wise that came back for Tropical Freeze. It's like they're killing me. You know, they keep
Yeah.
pushing it. That's the thing that makes it S. They keep pushing it further and further and further. That's what makes a series a S, when it keeps
Agreed.
flourishing, keeps going.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's no way that could be put any lower.
Yep.
No way.
All right. What's next?
All right. Well, we're still on Donkey Kong because we're going to talk about just Donkey Kong.
Yeah, and now I put it in A rank. I'd be tempted to put that up into S rank. The original Donkey Kong is still a great game to play on the arcade, but you know, my favorite in the sort of traditional Donkey Kong games actually is Donkey Kong 3, and then I guess you could maybe talk about the Donkey Kong for Game Boy, which is, you know, a very different thing. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it at A. You know, I absolutely adore its contribution to the video game industry, and I think they're great games. But I'm gonna leave it an A for now.
Well,
Dan
this is
disagrees. It's not S tier. B or C is what he's saying, but I'm gonna say A.
This, and that's fair. For me, this is really tough because I do love the original Donkey Kong. I even like Donkey Kong Jr.
I love it on the
didn't play
Atari 2600. That's my favorite version
Okay.
of Donkey Kong Jr., which is so weird
Fair
to
enough.
say. But
I didn't play Donkey Kong 3, and I did not, unfortunately, have a chance yet to play Donkey Kong 94. So this one's tough for me. So I don't want to put it in familiar because I am familiar with the
Yeah.
series in ways. And also, I do like the fact that there is some remnants of it in the Game & Watch Gallery series.
oh
with
yeah,
Donkey Kong
true,
in there
true,
as
true,
well.
true.
So I feel like I have enough to go on with the series. And I'm going to actually have to agree with Dan with a B.
Okay.
And the reason why I say this, I feel like that Donkey Kong Country pushed it so far out of it, it kind of left Donkey Kong, the game series, just kind of like down here. It kind of like
Yeah.
took away from that, in my opinion. And the only references now you get in the Donkey Kong games is like Super Mario Odyssey, where they made a nice level reminiscing of that. So like it's definitely remembered, and I think that's why. Because like for the game wise, for me, I probably personally, like, I'll go back to it and play it once in a while, but it doesn't stick to me very well. So probably my own personal thing, I'd even put it as a C. But I cannot deny what it did for video games in general. It saved the video game crash of '83. So it, you know, you can't deny what it did.
Yeah.
But I don't, again, the big difference here, Donkey Kong Country keeps flourishing. The original one kind of stayed the same. Now, I still feel slightly a little unfamiliar because I heard that Donkey Kong 94 really flourishes, and I will have to play that. And who knows, maybe once I play that, I might feel that A rank. But just as the time goes right now, at this point, I will put it in the B. Very good. Definitely play it. But I don't see enough flourishing yet. But like I said, 94 might change my mind.
Yeah. All right. What's up next?
Dr. Mario.
All right. I put Dr. Mario in B. Personally, I'm, you know, puzzlers aren't my favorite thing ever, but I have to admit that Ms. Mana is a big fan of it. I enjoy watching her play Dr. Mario. It is not as fun as Tetris to me, but and that's why I wouldn't put it in A. It's mostly because to me, my preference less puzzle focused am I, and I would prefer Tetris over it. I'll leave it in B.
And honestly, I think you hit the nail on the head. I don't think there's much more I could say about it. I think, again, for me, I'm not a big puzzle fan either. So this honestly would be my C to D range personally. but I can't deny the fun that I've seen people play, and I do have fun with it here and there. And it did make its impact throughout the years.
Yeah.
So I do feel like it's worthy of the B, but
Okay.
I don't see it going any higher as an A or S, definitely.
But depending on who you talk
Uh,
to, I can absolutely see it going up higher. Next up.
Absolutely. Just a quick comment from Dan. Screw this game. Okay, now my personal opinion is out of the way. My real rating is C. I can understand that. I can understand why, and that's totally cool. But it does have an impact. People still know about Dr. Mario, so I still gotta kind of give credit where credit is due. Even though I personally agree, I don't like the game as much.
Dan puts it in the F.
Yeah, he would put it in F.
He'd put it with Tingle. You'd put it with Tingle.
Oh no.
All right.
Okay. Next is Earthbound.
Earthbound. I put it in B because, really for the same reasons as Dr. Mario. I'm not as big a fan of turn-based RPGs, but this one, I have to appreciate the sort of look and feel, the style of it, and I did get some good enjoyment out of it. So yeah, I'll put it in B. Similar to Dr. Mario, it's just not a genre I enjoy, but yet I recognize it as being a good example of the genre.
Shoot, I can understand that. Earthbound for me, I have to put this in unfamiliar. I have no personal experience with the game. When I was, on my Super Nintendo stuff, this is not a game that I really knew about or anything like that. And again, it's turn-based. It's not my cup of tea. So it's really hard for me to get into it. But I do understand the love for this game. And, even Nintendo realized it when they made the joke in that Robot Chicken sketch when they said, "Bring back Mother 3."
Yeah.
So that right there would probably, even without me playing it, would easily put it in a B tier just because of that alone. But I'm still keeping it unfamiliar because I can't really judge on it. But I do know this series is really loved. Very, very loved.
Fair. What's next?
F-Zero.
F-Zero. Now, F-Zero I put in C. Most of my experiences with the original F-Zero, and I just preferred Mario Kart. I could potentially see myself being convinced to raise it from average, but the characters have never really spoken to me. I mean, I know everybody sort of loves to talk about, Falcon Punch and all this stuff, but honestly, I've never quite gotten into the style of F-Zero and the story of it. So then it just becomes sort of a racing game where I'd rather play Mario Kart if I'm playing a Super Nintendo racer over F-Zero, and I'd rather play the Star Wars Episode 1 pod racing game, Racer, over really the N64 F-Zero. So,
okay.
Yeah. C.
Fair enough. I'm going to put this in B.
All right.
I love the F-Zero series. And another reason, and it kind of goes into this, but this is why I really love Fast RMX on the Switch.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I mean, because you don't get a lot of futuristic games, not the good-looking cars and the regular games, like Forza, even some of those ones that are on the Switch, like Asphalt and stuff. Like, we've seen all those. How many futuristic racing games do you see? Not too much anymore. So it's nice to see those games. And I really wish that Nintendo would push this series further, because I think that it definitely would have strong potential to possibly be an A or S if it's given the time. But the fact is, they just have not put the effort, which is why I see why people would put this lower on a tier list. I feel like Nintendo actually took the time and really flourish this game, and who knows, maybe actually make an interesting story about Captain Falcon in it, so we have even more reference with Smash Brothers. This series could actually turn out to be pretty big.
Okay.
But
well, until such time,
I can't put it. Yeah, I can't put it higher as an A or S because it's been so dormant. I can't say that it's flourished. But don't get me wrong, F-Zero X and F-Zero GX are fantastic games, and I love Fast RMX. So if they made a new F-Zero, I'd be all over it.
A
So
new
yeah,
entry into the franchise could definitely win me over. We'll have to see.
especially with Switch, like it has a huge install base. This is the time to bring new things, as
Yeah.
long as they do it right timing. Again, with ARMS, as long as there's the right timing for it, it could pull off. And I think bringing F-Zero back could be a smart move for Nintendo.
True.
I mean, they already made reference of it with Mario Kart.
That's
Come
true.
on, just bring it.
What's next?
Next is I might have to scroll down just a little bit here. Fire Emblem.
So I'm gonna put that in C. I enjoyed the mobile game the most, which is funny because Fire Emblem Heroes is, a bit of a far cry from the rest of the series being a gacha mobile title. But I found like the platform lent itself to the gameplay, or the gameplay lent itself to the platform. I don't know, chicken or egg. But I enjoyed it decently, but I just don't get into the genre. It's turn-based tactical games aren't my bag, and yeah, but it doesn't have enough to push it into B for me, I would say. I could be convinced, possibly, especially if you consider some of the spin-offs, like for example the
Warriors.
Fire Emblem Warriors game, but I'm gonna stick it in C.
Sure. Before I give my answer, Dan made an interesting comment about F-Zero, but would you say F-Zero is the same as Dr. Mario and ARMS? Personally, no. Am I looking in a general? Again, I'm not just going based on me. I'm going also based on what it's done for Nintendo's history as a company. How much has it flourished and stuff like that. Remember, this is not just my personal. I'm trying to do a more generalization of it, so it's a little bit more fair. Personally, no. Dr. Mario would be a lot lower than F-Zero and ARMS. Absolutely. Agree with you there. But I'm trying to look at it as how much has it impact Nintendo. The impact is a very important part for a series as well. So that's why it's on the same level. In my personal lives, no. General, yes. As Fire Emblem goes, oh boy, I really want to put this one up there, but I've only played Warriors. So because of that factor alone, I have to put it in unfamiliar. And what I will say about it, if I had to rate it right now, I would easily put this in the B and A range. Not because of like my willing to play it, but because how much of an impact it has made. Smash Brothers has made a huge impact with Fire Emblem, bringing it to the West, and now it's one of the more popular series that Nintendo keeps shelling out right now. That's a lot for a series to do, because for a while no one really knew what Fire Emblem was, because there's only Japan side, but now it's like they keep bringing those games out. It's crazy. So you cannot deny the impact that Fire Emblem has made over probably the last 10, 15 years. And that alone would probably put it close to the A range. But I can't judge it 100% because I have never played it. And Warriors is not enough to count because it's a completely different play style than what a typical Fire Emblem game would be.
Dan is saying high A tier. Sorry, not sorry. I would say it's possible I could see it being bumped into B on my list. But there we are. What's next?
All right. Next is Golden Sun.
Golden Sun. I had to put that in the unfamiliar category.
I'm going to do the same. I have not played it. Again, it has to do with the turn-based and the RPG format.
I don't believe it's turn-based, though. I think it's action-based.
No, well, I think it's still RPG-based, though. If I'm right. And you're right, not turn-based, but I still think it's maybe action RPG, maybe. Those are the hard genres for me to get into again.
Yeah. I think it's a more Zelda-like game, I think. I could be wrong. Or is it turn-based? Does anyone know? Here, let me look this
Golden
up.
Sun is turn-based.
It
Okay.
is turn-based. Oh, okay. Well, that does change
Yep.
things for me. I used to think it was more of an action RPG, but it is turn-based. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm familiar, and I because of the fact that it doesn't have the biggest following right now, like some people want it and know what is the character's name, um, because they wanted him as a Smash character, but I'm not seeing the strongest impact and stuff like that. So this one's a very hard one for me to judge. So just keep it in an unfamiliar and call it
Yep.
good for now.
What's next?
Kid Icarus.
Kid Icarus. Okay, so this is of course the whole franchise, and it had quite a gap. I think if it weren't for Uprising, it probably would be lower on my list. But Uprising is exactly the way. It's a masterclass in how to bring back a franchise. A tier for me, and Uprising almost could bump it into S tier if I'm honest.
Fair enough. For me, I played a little bit of the first game, and I still have not dived into the second game, the Uprising yet. I do have it on my 3DS. It is on my on my playlist. Again, some of these games I've been really wanting to save to do streaming wise, so that's probably why. So for me right now, I'm going to put it unfamiliar. I'm very curious about it. I want to dive deep, especially into Uprising, because I kind of had that same feeling with you with the first game. I played a little bit of it, and it wasn't jiving me very well. But I feel like Uprising, as long as the controls can work for me, is going to probably be a good game. So I'm excited for that one, but I can't judge it yet.
To clarify, I think the first game is actually pretty fun, but but I wouldn't put it. Maybe if it was just that, I'd maybe keep it at B tier.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. For, I guess maybe I didn't use the right word. It wasn't. It didn't stick with me. Not like a lot of other games would. It's like it's good, but I'd rather just play something else.
Yeah, fair.
I guess that's the best way to put it. It's not bad. It's just not a memorable one for me that I'm going to want to go back to. Like Mario 3, because it's so memorable, I will play that game to death, to the end. And I know the game way too well, but I just can't say that I would do the same with Kid Icarus, the first game at least.
Yeah.
All right.
What's next?
Kirby.
Kirby, that's S tier. Kirby, oh man, I love it. It's just, I don't know that I've ever played a Kirby game I haven't enjoyed, and Kirby is such an adorable character. It's a perfect difficulty level, and yet there's so much to do and so much to explore and so many secrets to find. It is a fantastic platformer. S tier.
Okay. I'm going to have to say I agree.
Right. I was getting my fisticuffs ready. Okay.
No, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. There's been some Kirby games out there that have not really jived with me or fans of the series and stuff, but they're so small and in between that it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There's always been some very great top tier Kirby games like Kirby's Adventure, and I cannot say that so far, because I have not gotten very far in it, but Forgotten Land is blowing me away. I'm loving it so much that game alone could probably put Kirby in S tier. That's how serious this game is getting to me right now. I want to keep playing it. So bad.
I think you're absolutely right on that. Yeah, it's
I'm fighting myself not to play it off stream. That's how bad it is right now. I want to be playing this, but I'm like, nope, save it for stream.
No, dude, it's so
killing
good. It's so good.
Killing me right now.
Yeah.
So you got Kirby 64, Kirby's Adventure, the Kirby Dream Lands on the Game Boy. Kirby's cute. You can't think of Nintendo without Kirby, especially because also Kirby was named from one of the lawyers that helped him with a copyright issue and stuff like that back in the 90s, I think, something like that, like early 90s. So obviously Kirby has a huge part in Nintendo's history and continues to flourish.
Yeah. I love
You
in chat here, Iron Rusty says, yeah, Kirby's solid, and then said, well, maybe solid's the wrong way to put it. Kirby's not really solid, you know.
He's pretty malleable. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Kirby's a little soft and squishy, but yeah, check out Forgotten
There,
Land. It's a good one.
there is a reason why I have that Kirby plush up there, and then I found the Woodsy Woods tree. Like,
Nice.
Nintendo would not be the same without Kirby in there. You've got to have Kirby with Nintendo. He's just as important as Donkey Kong or Mario.
Yeah, exactly.
He's staying and he's not going anywhere.
General Sunbear, welcome on in. Thank you so much for joining us. And agreed, Kirby rocks, especially when he swallows a rock-like enemy. Anyway, it's good to have you in here. And since I believe you're new, I don't remember seeing you before.
It says first time chat.
There you go. And unless you've changed your name, this might be your first time. So welcome. My name's Mana. Ask me anything you'd like. Tonight, my friend Scooter, who you can see his name over there in the bottom left corner of the screen, and I are looking through a tier list that I had made and sort of reassessing, seeing if I would change some things, and he's challenging me on some stuff. So welcome. Mm-hmm. What's next?
All right, next is the Luigi Mansion series.
Aha, now I feel like you and I might differ on this one. I put it in B tier. I enjoyed my playthrough of the first Luigi's Mansion. I've not played 2 or 3. It's creative. It's just, I'm not really a horror person, and jump scares qualify as well. And so thematically, it's not something that really grabbed me in the first place. And sometimes when a game has me backtracking a bunch and getting lost very easily, I get a little frustrated. So it bumped it down probably from an A to a B, I would say.
Okay, fair enough. I'll put it like this. I was gonna, like when I first thought about Luigi's Mansion stuff, I have the first game. I do have the second game. I would have put it in the B.
Okay.
But Luigi's Mansion 3 came out and it flourished the series for me. It actually went up, it actually pushed it up a notch. So for me, I have to put it in A. I feel like this series can continue to flourish and stuff like that. And it's nice to have a kid-friendly horror game out there available and stuff like that, because you don't get to see that very often. And, you know, Luigi definitely deserves his little spotlight. Definitely not, you know, this is definitely not S tier. I definitely wouldn't be able to put it that high. But it definitely has made its mark. And I feel like with Luigi's Mansion 3, I would be very excited to see. And I haven't finished the game yet, but I'm really excited to finish it. And I'm loving everything from what I'm seeing so far. So I can just only imagine where they could go from here. And I think it could continue to flourish.
I think it could very well be well be something that I'm interested in. And Luigi's Mansion 3, I was just looking at some of the trailer there. It does actually look pretty cool. So I don't know.
Let me just tell you, the cutscenes, it looks like it could be straight out of Pixar. It's
oh yeah,
it looks so good. But you just can't go by off of that. The gameplay is really nice. It's very smooth. You know, it's what we wanted from Luigi's Mansion and more, and that's what I like about it, and that's why it just got pushed. If it was just based on the first 2 games, definitely B, maybe even closer to C. But Luigi's Mansion 3 kicks it up a notch, really, really high. So I cannot deny that.
That's fair. I have to mention, going back to Kirby, Gar says Kirby's my favorite Eldritch horror. And Memory Martin says, I would like to jump in when we get to Xenoblade. Can I please?
I don't see why not. Because
let's do it then. Yeah. All right. What's next on the docket?
The Mario and Luigi series.
Okay. I put this in B because I've played a little bit of the Game Boy Advance game, and I do appreciate that though it's turn-based, it has some mechanics which require you to actually input and then makes it less of selection from menu and more about your precision and your gaming prowess. So, or your reaction prowess. So I put it in B tier. Yeah.
This is hard for me. Very hard. Because this is going into the turn-based area again. It really is. However, I cannot deny my love for Superstar Saga. I enjoyed that game. That game, because of the story and the characters and stuff, that game pushed me through. It really did. It got hard. It really did at some points, but I cannot deny the enjoyment I did have out of the game. And I did play some of the other ones, and I didn't get the strong love for it that I did for the first game, but obviously they're still really good, for the series. It's tough for me because I'm really between the A and B range. Like, if I could give it a B plus, I think that would be solid. So I have to. I think because of the fact of how much love that this series has and how much of a shame that unfortunately the company that has done it has gone bankrupt, I think I want to give it the love that it truly deserves, and I'll put it in an A. It was close. Very close.
Dan says if this isn't A tier, then you have wrong opinions. So
there you go, Dan.
It's A for Scooter.
I didn't do it for you.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
I may have to, again, my opinion may change if I have more exposure to it, but at this point, I'll keep it in B. Next up.
Looks like the Mario the Sluggers, the baseball series.
All right, so this one here I put in unfamiliar. Haven't played it.
Okay. I have.
Okay.
I have played them.
Dan says, "Let's go."
Let's go. Never. Honestly, they're fine. I did enjoy the GameCube one more than the Wii. I'll say that, but it's tough because I'm kind of in that middle of the B to C range. Because does it really do a lot?
I don't know.
I'm gonna stick to my guns. I'm gonna put this one in a C.
Okay.
Not because it's bad per se or anything like that, but I think there's other sports games of Mario variety that done more than what this series has done.
Gotcha.
So you'll see where I'm gonna stock these all later. But just to keep things flowing here, we'll go with that.
So C.
C.
All right. What's next?
NES Open, also known as the Mario Golf.
All right. Yes. Yeah. Mario Golf series, which really started with NES Open, and
correct.
And I love it. I love golf games. I don't know why. I think golf games are super fun. Wii Sports Golf is fantastic. The original NES Open on the Nintendo Entertainment System, that was a blast.
It was hard though.
It was hard. Yeah. No,
very hard.
It also introduced. I mean, look at Mario. Looks absolutely fantastic with that outfit. I mean, let's just take a moment. Let's zoom in there. Look at that. Look at that outfit.
Yeah, look at that. That's a nice outfit.
That's
very
good.
Nice.
It's well done, Mr. Mario. Well done. So, I put it in B tier, and actually, I think I would change it now. If you asked me today, I'd put it in A tier.
This is tough for me because Mario Golf has those high notes and the low notes, and the high notes are so strong. And I'm talking about the Mario Golf Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance. The element, I said something about the RPG element, but somehow it worked with that game so well and created a very interesting story for a game about golf, which now is being current with the golf story and the sports story. There's so much love for that right there would probably be the S. However, the problem is they are not doing that anymore. they stopped doing it after that and made the golf games more just, we'll play around, you get your character and call it a day. And the story mode, it's a shame. It is such a shame that it's going backwards. It's killing me. It's like, I mean, I still enjoy it. Don't get me wrong. Mario Golf Super Rush, I enjoy. I do. But it still kills me that we still don't have a nice follow-up to Mario Golf, what we had on the handhelds, because those were top tier, amazing games. So because of that, I have to knock it down a couple of notches. So I'm going to put it in the B.
Okay.
Because it definitely still has its mark. And it could easily turn around. If they can go back and give it more of that RPG formula that we know and love from Mario Golf, this could spiral back up. But because they're just kind of doing these quick games here and there just to keep Mario Golf going, it's starting to show its color a little bit there. That's not a good sign, but it's still well known.
That's fair. All right, what's next?
A lot more Mario. Mario Kart is next.
All right. And for me, that's just a no-brainer. I love the franchise. It's an S tier. Terrific family fun, great multiplayer game, couch multiplayer game. It's great online now even. It's only gotten better over time and continues to be one of the best games to bring people together and tear them apart that exists. S tier.
I mean, can anyone disagree with that? Mario Kart is still flourishing.
I submit you cannot.
And the fact that they waited 5 years and decided, hey, let's do 48 more tracks, does that say something right there?
Yep.
Like, this series still keeps going above and beyond and stuff like that. You can't get enough Mario Kart, and people are still wanting a Mario Kart 9 right now. So, like, what does that tell you? It's an S tier. There's no question. Even the worst Mario Kart, with whatever opinion you may have, you would still probably play that a heck of a lot more than other video games, hands down.
Yeah.
No more needs to be said.
Yep.
All right. Next is Mario Paint.
All right. Now, I had to put Mario Paint high because I have a lot of nostalgia for it. I put Mario Paint in the A tier because I guess I wouldn't go back to it all the time. It's not a game like Donkey Kong Country that I'll just load up any moment, or Kirby, or Animal Crossing, or Mario Kart for that matter. I mean, these are games that I'll just load anytime. But when I do load up Mario Paint, there's this wave of nostalgia and this just good, goofy Mario fun. And I'll tell you, I defy anyone to not want to play that gnat whacking game. It's so,
it's funny.
So quirky and goofy, but fun. So I love what Nintendo was doing with it. It gave us the Super Nintendo mouse and, A tier.
Okay. And then Dan thinks he disagrees. It's C or D tier. Well, how about I go ahead and split the bar? I will go with a B. And here's my reasonings. It made a great impact for the Super Nintendo. But what has it really done since?
Yeah, that's fair.
We're looking at it now, and there's nice nostalgia references to Mario Paint, but there has not been a new Mario Kart. So that's why I kind of feel weird it's in the franchising in the first place.
I would argue that the Nintendo 64 Creative Suite, as well as the Game Boy camera, are part of the Mario Paint creative franchise.
Okay. I would even in that regard, I'd still put it in the B because of the fact that they were great ideas and stuff like that. I just wish that it would keep flourishing. Like the Switch has great opportunities, especially with the touchpad, or even the Wii U did. The Mario Paint, bringing that back, that could have been amazing.
Pixel Knight asks me, Mario Paint stream when?
I do it. I have mine. I have mine fully boxed.
That'd be pretty fun.
I'd totally be down for that.
I'll bust out my mouse.
I will too. So as much as I would love to give this higher, I don't see how I can really give it higher because it's not flourishing anymore. You're not seeing anything really, like, again, if we're going to talk about that, what's been out with Mario Paint in the last 10 years or so? Nothing. It's going to be remembered. That's why it's definitely in the B range. Like, play it. Definitely play it. You'll see why people love it. But because of the fact that they decided to kind of go dormant on it, I can't really put it any higher because it's not around anymore as much.
Yeah.
If they did, and it was just as good as that game, I could easily put it in the A range or even higher. But
Fair.
At this point in time, I can't go any higher than that.
All right, next up.
Oh boy, Dan, I hope you're ready. It is time for Mario Party.
All right, Mario Party.
I can't wait to hear this. Go ahead, Mana.
This is really, in all honesty, this is where I knew this stream was dangerous. I'm not sure.
Thank you for that. Binks Raid. Hi guys.
Oh. Dare I even continue on here? Iron Rusty already.
Oh, even Iron Rusty is looking at you.
What are you talking about? D? Mario Party? D? What? Mario Party, the game that tears people apart. And not only the game when you're playing the game, but when you're talking about the game. What have I done? Dan says, don't you dare. Dan says S tier. You saw right. It is listed right now as a D tier.
Now the question is, would you change it?
Would I change it? Let's do this. Let me hear your take on the franchise.
Okay. I'm not going to ask for this for many series, but because this is the one I kind of really wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah.
Where do you think I would put it?
Oh, yes. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to say for you, S tier.
No.
A tier?
This is going to be tough. I am fighting between A and B right now.
Really? I figured between S and A. I didn't think you would go lower. And if I could guess, it's because there's been some quality fluctuation in the franchise.
Yes. Because after Mario Party 5, it went downhill.
Okay.
It went downhill. And then 8, which is the one that you really first got to experience, I'm like, no, you can't judge it on 8. That is the worst one. It was killing me when you were saying it. You're like, I'm judging on 8.
I played the Wii U 10 as well. Wii U 10 was actually...
No, I'm like, no, you can't judge it on
that. That was my first one, was Wii U 10, and then jumping to the classic 8. I do have... It's 3. I have 3. I have 3 back there.
That's my favorite. That's my all-time favorite.
So I have that on the N64. It's actually hidden. I didn't even realize that was up there. My daughter's been doing this crafting project, and it's just kind of hanging over here.
Mm-hmm. I can't give it S. I really can't give it an S. I just can't, because of the quality of life. Are they finally starting to get better? Yes. And the fact that there you go. And also with Superstars and Mario Party 1, 2, and 3 coming to Nintendo Switch Online, we're starting to get it pushed back up there again. So
yeah, I haven't played 3
on the right
before.
Track now.
I haven't played 3. I've only played 10.
When that comes, okay, we're setting this right now. Once it comes out to Nintendo Switch Online, we're playing it. You and I, we're playing this.
Yep.
This is why, because I want you to play the first 3, so then that way you can see where it started from before you make the judgment again, because you really need to play those to get a full picture of what people, well, even up to 5, I would think. 1 through 5, I feel like people really need to play before they say, the Mario Party games are not so good. Play those games and then try to tell me that those are not good.
So
please, I dare you. I double dare you.
So okay, I'm gonna bump Mario Party.
Okay.
to F.
That's not bumping it up. That's bumping it
I
down.
didn't say bumping it up. I said bump it. No.
Oh.
No, actually.
Well, at least Tingo will not be alone.
Actually, that's I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about this one. I think that minigame collections are fun. Yeah, Iron Rust, you're right. Minigame collections are fun. I think I am gonna put it in C tier.
Fair enough.
At least for now. It could absolutely go up higher, but in terms of what I know the game to be, which is more based on these fun little mini games and competitions, based on the fact that I have played some games in the style of Mario Kart, Mario Party, inspired by Mario Party, and quite enjoyed them. I'm sure Mario Party has much more depth to it than
have a great night, Mike Tron.
than I was
Sleep
giving
well.
it credit for. Mike Tron, take care, my friend. Am I going to put
Fano and Victor, thank you very much for joining in for the Binks raid. We are discussing Nintendo franchises. Welcome in. Binks, thank you so much for featuring me on tonight. I really appreciate it. Guys, welcome to the little cozy vibe we have here. Feel free to state your opinions, talk about what we're doing here. Oh, I got to hydrate. All right, bring on the Gatorade.
So I just so people know, this is a static image that I'm using on the screen here to view the tier that I had already made. I actually just went ahead and opened my tier list, and I'm editing it now.
Cool.
So I will at the end of this show you my revised tier maker tier list.
Awesome.
So yeah.
Awesome. So in my final verdict, I'm putting it as an A.
All right.
Because of how strong of an impact the series has made, even with the bad eggs in it, and trust me, really bad eggs, especially with 8.
Really bad eggs.
Really bad eggs.
Drink up me hearties, yo ho.
Yo ho. Exactly. Mario Party 1 through 5 make up for it so bad, and Mario Party Superstars was a nice push forward with the online aspect of the original ones. I'm gonna put it in A. It's not enough for S. It's not there yet. Give us a few more really good Mario Party games and go on the track that you had with Super Mario Party and take out some of those flaws that Super Mario Party have, and this could eventually turn into an S rank, but it's not there yet.
Okay.
Got some work to do.
Fair. Yeah. Fair. I think I would put it to C.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd put it to C. And it has the potential of going up higher, but it's
absolutely.
C. Next game then,
Fair
right?
enough.
Are we ready for the next game?
We're ready. Let's move on to the next one. Next one is the Mario Strikers series.
Unfamiliar.
Fair enough. I, on the other hand, played them all. Well, except for the newest one. For the one that just came out on the Switch, I did not play yet. And I'll get to my reason why in a minute. But this is kind of gonna go into. Yeah, Mana's ready to go fast. Don't worry, we're gonna speed this up a little bit. Mario Strikers is gonna go right with the Mario Golf and go with the B.
Okay.
Honestly, I love soccer. I grew up playing soccer, so I have a lot for me with this game, and I really want to put it in an A. But because of the fact that they're doing the same thing with the Mario Golf right now and not flourishing it, I have to step it back a notch. That it's not there yet. It doesn't have the power and stuff behind it like Mario Party would, so forth. But I do love Mario Strikers, and I really want to try the new one, but now I want to wait for any sports game until I get all the content. I'm really getting so fed up with this. We'll bring the game out now and bring the content later. I'm sorry, I am not down for that, and I'm gonna go against it anytime I see it, and it's becoming a huge factor for me. It's becoming a huge problem. So I will put it exactly where I put Mario Golf, as a B.
Fair.
Okay. Let's see. Anyway, I want to pop in for the Pokemon ones too. Okay. We could probably look into that. I know
I
she's
said
huge on
we'll
Pokemon.
look at the time when we get to the
Yeah,
Pokemon games.
sounds good. All right, let's move along here.
That could almost be a whole
Mario
stream,
Tennis.
Mary Martin.
Oh, with Pokemon. Oh,
Right?
yes, it could.
I put
It
Mario
could.
Tennis in C. Yeah, yeah. I think I'll leave it. I think I'll leave it in C. I'm. I don't know. I don't know. I'm tempted to push it up into to even
The B
B.
range.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I'll leave it at
Um.
C. I think.
Okay. Well, I'll make this one quick because it's exactly where I feel with the Mario Golf games, and it's a B. Because again, the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy Advance games were fantastic and stuff, but they have not flourished since. So they're great, but they definitely could use some more effort.
You know what?
So I'll
I'm
put it
bumping
right
it
there with
into
the
B
other
as well.
B.
I'm putting it into B as well. All right. Next up,
We got Mario versus Donkey Kong.
Mario versus Donkey Kong. I put in B tier, and the reason is it's just a real fun sort of puzzle platformer-ish lemmings-like game. I like the style of it. I like the different variations on it. Some of them are less lemmings and more like I don't know, puzzle tracks that you lay down. But no matter what, it's just a rather fun pastime, and it's a very Nintendo-like game. And actually, I had a hard time deciding if I even wanted to split this apart from Donkey Kong because it has that whole kind of Donkey Kong arcade-like, quick, fun bouts gameplay to it. It's a B.
Okay.
If
For
it was
me,
connected, Donkey Kong, definitely A. But yeah.
oh, for sure. For me, because the DS was a range I really didn't get a chance to get to a lot of these franchises and stuff like that. It's gonna go in the unfamiliar.
Oh, fair enough.
I've
All
I've
right.
seen them and stuff, and they definitely look interesting, and I want to play them, but I just never really got a chance to.
Yeah.
So they're definitely. If I had another category, I would put like unfamiliar / really want to play. It would go in there, but we're just gonna keep with the one unfamiliar category. Okay. Next is Metroid Prime.
Okay. Now, I have Metroid Prime in B here. I think it's very likely that with more play, it might bump up into A. And I'm even going to go ahead and say it. I'm bumping it to A. I think the exploration of Metroid has always been so stellar, and Prime, of course, does it. And we're talking about the people who have brought Donkey Kong Country into modern Nintendo hardware. So we're gonna bump it up and put it in A.
I am inclined to agree. I'm gonna put it in A. I
Nice.
think for what it did with Metroid series and stuff, it made it into. I mean, because Nintendo is not really well known for the first-person shooter type genre, and if any series I could think of that could pull that off very well was definitely Metroid. I definitely easily saw that before Prime ever came out as an FPS idea, and it works so well, but it still feels Metroid. It doesn't feel like some generic first-person shooter out there, which are plenty. It really feels like its own game, and it definitely flourished it. And I mean, people are still freaking out about Metroid Prime 4, and we still don't have it yet. So what does that tell you? It's made its impact.
And
But
you know what?
definitely not S tier.
You know what
Definitely not S
game
tier,
kind of goes in along with Metroid Prime is Metroid Prime Pinball, a game I have to stream at some point. Super fun.
I love that game.
I love that game
is
so much.
Good.
It's so
Oh,
good.
yes.
And it has the little
Great.
Rumble cartridge in the Game Boy Advance shell, so you can play that.
Yes.
Great little game. Anyway, yeah, it's gonna move to A for me. And yes, Blue Dan TM. Wait a minute. So Mario Party is C, but Mario vs. DK is B. Yeah, okay. Just looking at the water here. Cool.
He's plotting right now.
Yeah.
I can tell that.
All right. What's next?
All right, let's keep going. Metroid itself.
Oh, interesting. Iron Rusty says I'm inclined to put Prime in B, as a matter of fact. So that I wasn't necessarily expecting. Um,
Wow, that actually surprised me, Iron Rusty. But
yeah,
I can understand where you're coming from.
I think B was what I was inclined to go with before. But if I'm looking at what I have in B rank right now, which we've got 1080 on the fence, we've got Chibi Robo, Dylan, Dr. Mario, Earthbound, Luigi's Mansion, Mario and Luigi, Golf. Shoot, actually,
Hmm.
I think Golf has to go up into A tier.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow. Okay.
because
Okay.
and
Fair enough.
Prime definitely has to be an A tier. Yeah,
Okay.
I've done this wrong. Looking at it now, I am convinced I've done this wrong here. Golf is an A tier, and the reason I say that is that I'm looking at my A tier list right now,
Mhm.
and these are games I will boot up without much hesitation. S is like instant, like it's like muscle memory. I go to those games. A is
Oh
like,
yeah.
oh yeah, I want to play that. Like I get that itch. B
Mhm.
is like, these are really fun games, but it takes a little more effort for me to think, yeah, I'm gonna get into that. C
Yeah.
is like, yeah, if I get a chance, I'm not gonna turn it down. You know,
Right.
I'm moving
And then
Golf to A tier, and I'm gonna keep
yeah.
Prime in A tier. I think that's a good choice. So, all right.
Cool. I'm down with that. Okay, so yeah, back to the regular Metroid series. So just Metroid series in general. So that would include Metroid, Super Metroid, Fusion, all those.
Yeah. Uh, I
And
currently have that
Jim,
in.
welcome in.
Yeah, Dan, right? I think after I beat Dread, I should return to Prime. Zion Rusty says, "Yeah, I think you should. I need to go back and play. I haven't played through all of them myself, but I have
Yeah,
the
I need to go
Wii
back to Prime as well.
trilogy, so that's good.
Yep, so do I.
All right, I'm gonna say original Metroid.
Yes, the
Actually, looking
original.
at this list again, that is S tier. I am wrong on that. It is S tier, and the reason that I say that is
Mhm.
because there are games. Ah, ooh, oh, do I say it's S tier? This is tricky because whereas with Animal Crossing, Donkey Kong Country, Kirby, Mario Kart, well, Animal Crossing I can't say this because I haven't played all of.
Oh,
Well, I
sure.
haven't played all of them. Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm
You're
gonna,
probably looking at like the A plus, the S minus range, aren't you?
yeah, it's.
Hmm. It's like on that verge.
Oh, yeah. Oh, nice, Iron Rusty. I'm gonna stick with. No, I'm bump it up to S. I'm gonna bump it up to
Okay.
S. I
I,
really like the exploration in them. I mean, Super Metroid is just so good, and so almost on Super Metroid alone, I'm bumping it up to S. The series is so rich in style, and I remember the first time I played Super Metroid, just being astounded by it. And now that we've got these really excellent examples done by Mercury Steam, I see
mhm.
the franchise as continuing to grow and evolve and being in good hands. So I'm gonna put Metroid S tier. Always down for a good Metroid
I
game.
I'm inclined to agree. If I had to go my personal preference, my Metroid would probably be the A to B range for me, but I can't deny the love that everyone has for Samus and Metroid series in general, and how much they care about the series.
Yeah,
And their minds were blown when Dread was coming out. Like
yeah,
you can't deny the fact there. Even though it may not be the most strong selling series, you can't deny the fan base for this game. It's strong. It's a very
yeah,
strong knit group. And you have to put Metroid over Metroid Prime. I can't put them on the same level.
yeah.
So if I'm putting Metroid Prime as A, I have to put Metroid as S. Prime as A, regular as S.
Yep,
And I think
I
it helped
agree.
me get back into the series more Mana when I joined you when we went through Fusion.
Yes.
I think that really helped me a lot.
That was really
So
fun.
it was really fun. So I'm gonna stick to my guns and I'm gonna put Metroid in S tier.
Cool.
I can believe it, Rusty. I can believe it.
That's true. All right, next game.
NES Remix 1 and 2.
NES Remix 1 and 2. I put that in A easy because these are just such beloved games. It's such a cool concept. Yeah.
I'm going to put it, and it kills me to do this. I'm going to put it in B.
Okay.
My reasoning why is honestly these games alone are S. Like this is like my type of game, right?
Mm-hmm.
My problem is it's not continuing. Where is the SNES remix? Like, come on!
That's
you
true.
got a
That's true.
gold mine.
Now
You got a gold mine sitting right here, and it's there.
This highlights, though, a difference in approach that you and I have, and it is significant.
Mm-hmm.
I don't factor where the franchise is currently. I factor in the games in the franchise, but I don't factor whether or not it's dormant or active. And the reason that I didn't do this is because that, I think, has so many reasons behind it that we aren't privy to, and that has to do with the ins and outs of the business side of Nintendo and the restructuring of Nintendo and what resources are allocated to what franchises. And so, yeah, a franchise might be dormant, but same thing I mentioned about Kid Icarus and Uprising being this amazing example of bringing a series out of dormancy and just catapulting it into success. That could happen for any dormant game, as far as I'm concerned, with Nintendo. And
absolutely, 100% agree. But that's I mean, that's why I kind of feel the opposite, that kind of needs to be put in, because it feels like how much is it being remembered and stuff, like how much is it being still played. Like,
fair.
I've talked to a few of my friends and I told them about NES Remix. They're like, what is that? Is that like a console or something?
Yeah.
Like, no one really knows about it.
Yeah.
So I put that factor in there. It's like how much of an impact, the impact it's made. It's great. And honestly, if I had to judge it alone, I'd put an S. But I can't feel that's very fair because I don't feel like it's flourished yet. I think it's a blossom that hasn't grown yet. Like, Mulan, that whole little thing he said about the blossom, it hasn't grown yet to its potential. This game has so much potential that I don't think we've seen what S could be with this game yet. If they continue
that's fair. That's fair. I think I see where you're heading with this. We were maybe describing it differently, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Next up.
Next, we got Labo, Nintendo Labo.
That's an A tier for me, and man, it could almost be S tier. I'm not gonna lie. This thing is just so fun, and I do consider in it Game Builder Garage. The reason being, it's part of the Labo aesthetic for all of the software side of it. But it's kind of like Mario Paint. Nintendo just created something so clever and unique, and Mana Sprout and I have had so much fun putting together the Labo. The games are so Nintendo-like, with just this joy to play. S tier for Cardboard, no. Dan says after he saw Mario Party in D, he's seeing me put.
He's out of rage for you. He's out of rage for you, man.
He's unfollow and we've just been raided.
Personnel, please report to the front desk to start the welcoming transmission.
Welcome on in, Raiders. How are you all doing? Thank you so much. Welcome. Well, where are the water at? Right here. Boom. I'm gonna get some water. Welcome on in, Raiders. How are you doing?
Yes, welcome in, right, Katie?
Hey, and Infernal, Turbo KKV, And thank you so much for that raid. Right, Kit Katie, always a pleasure to see you. And let's see, Right, Kit Katie was playing Unpacking. Oh, I can't wait to play that. That looks super fun. I'm going to be playing that. And Three Demon, I think. Okay, I see Metroid in an acceptable spot, but where is Super Metroid? This begs for a moment, a timeout, just to explain what is going on here.
Yeah,
we are doing a reassessment of the tier list I made a few streams back when we were celebrating 800 streams. Yes, it is now actually my 804th stream, and we are taking a look back, and I've got Scooter102089, whose name is in the bottom left corner, joining me, and we are looking at these games with his eyes. He's making his tier list, and I am changing some things around in mine. And you are going to see mine actually change. There's actually some stuff on the list right now that is not where it will be. And so, in fact, I'll show you where mine looks right now. Because I have made some changes.
Yeah, and while he's doing that, make sure, guys, on my side to go check out Right Kit Katie. I follow her. Actually, I think I met her from Artemana, believe it or not.
Yeah.
She's really, really cool. I really enjoy her stuff. I like to check in on her whenever I get a chance. So please check her out on my side. And for all the new people we are collabing right now. So if you do want to watch both aspects, all you have to do is just !MT to see both sides, so you can get to know both of us and stuff. But we both can read each other's chats. So if you can't, if you're on your phone or it's too much power to do, it's okay. We can read both chats, so you're A-okay.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Up here is the new list with some changes. You'll notice actually Metroid is now S tier with Prime in A tier. Also, you'll notice that Mario Golf has gone up. I should also say this is a franchise list, not individual games. That was the thing I forgot to mention.
Right. Yep, that's exactly it. And Right, Kit Katie, you got your hydrate, so cheers. Here's some Gatorade for you.
So if you wait until the end, I'll actually show the finished product here.
And thank you for the follow as well.
Everything. Yeah. All right. And cool. Then these are the franchises taken as a whole. Important to note. I just I made this tier list, and I chose to use images from really recognizable entries in the series, which is why you see them the way that you do.
Oh yeah, liquids, right, Katie? You got it.
And I do want to just let you know, if you want to, you can actually check out the tier list I made at this link right here. So if you want to participate and make your own, and then tweet me your response, you can actually download an image, which is what I'm doing right here. I'd love to see this. Tweet these. I'm gonna maybe make a little thread here, but I think that would be awesome.
I think you should definitely.
Yeah.
And I'll go ahead and copy that link as well. So if you guys want to do it on my side, you have the link as well.
And Three Demons says, all I'm saying is Super Metroid gets its own tier above S, so there's no point in anything, and we might as well just burn down all of civilization.
Oh, come on. Whoa. That might be a little extreme.
Oh, you made an instrument tier list. I think I'm gonna be making some more tier lists. I'm getting getting into these. But thank you so much for the raid, and to everybody who is new, my name is Mana. I'm an E for Everyone family-friendly variety streamer with a focus on Nintendo, retro on original hardware, and indie titles. And I'd love to have you join in the fun and be a part of this community. And of course, if you have questions now, don't hesitate to ask. And if you like what you see, please consider following. And there's a lot of good fun that we have around here. So anyways, welcome.
I guess I should say a quick little spaz about me. I am Scooter102089, also known as Chaser the Ultimate Gamer. I am a variety streamer with a big emphasis on Nintendo, indie, and retro. But I am dabbing into Xbox and PlayStation and Steam as well. My schedule's a little sporadic, but I'm trying to work out some kind of schedule in the future, but that's just how life is right now. But if you do like what you see, feel free to follow and get the notification, and you will know when I'm going live as soon as I even know when I go live. That's the best way I can put it.
Basically,
But
right. Yep.
But thank you.
Yep. All right. What is the next game on our agenda?
Well, we were finishing up Labo. Did you have any other comments?
Oh, that's
Labo
right. Yeah,
that
sorry.
you
You haven't mentioned Labo. Yeah, no, it's A for me.
Okay. This is tough. Like, I am enjoying the Labo stuff. I do have a few myself, but
I love the tactile feel of it. It's so good.
oh
I'm
boy.
kidding.
Oh, she's already on the warpath now.
See,
too.
I knew this is how you instantly alienate everybody who you've connected with. I've made such a horrible mistake.
It's all good. I'm gonna put Labo in the B category. I feel like that, like it's really cool and stuff like that, and I would be very curious to see where they're going with it, but we haven't seen much of Labo in a while now, so maybe they're kind of going away from it. So
I don't think.
know.
I think it's dead.
I think and that's my problem. It's dead.
But that's the thing.
Dead.
This is the thing. This is the thing that I was saying earlier, and I can kind of understand if you're saying, if you just leave it at, well, it didn't meet the potential I was hoping it to be, so it's not gonna be elevated to this level. But if and I'm not saying that you are, because I could be misunderstanding, but if you're saying like, oh, because it's ended, I can't elevate it. Okay.
Not really because it's ended, but because I just feel like that. I mean, because I feel like that there is a lot more potential with Labo, and I feel like it's not gone to the level where it could be. And I feel like now that they're kind of pretty much putting an end to it, I think it has a lot of missed opportunities, and I feel like those missed opportunities are hitting it hard for me to not give it a or even an S rank, because I feel like that it's missing some huge potential.
So
it could have been bigger.
So I would say it could have, but it doesn't disqualify it from being an A in my mind.
Right. Yeah. I could see why people would put it in an A. I could absolutely see why. But for me, I just feel like it has not done enough yet to get the A. I just don't. I feel like the potential just it didn't hit the mark. But it's still fantastic, and I definitely think people should try the Labo. But I wouldn't put it
Pikmin over Animal Crossing. Okay, right, Katie.
Oh,
I'm in trouble now. I'm in trouble.
Oh, anyway.
All right. So what?
Next.
So you put it in B? Labo?
I put it in B.
Okay.
Yep. Labo and B.
Okay.
All right. Next is Nintendogs.
Nintendogs, and this is what Right Kitty was talking about. By the way, you've all convinced me. I'm gonna have to make a thread so that we can get the tier list responses tweeted.
I would love to see everyone's. Yes,
so yeah, so I'll make a thread with the link here as well, so that you can use this, and I'd love to get to see what your responses are. Okay.
I'll be sure to put mine in there as well.
Perfect. Nintendogs. Okay. I put Nintendogs in C. I'm not sure that it's... I guess it's like Tamagotchi, right? I'm gonna make it right now. Just you wait, right? Jesus. It's basically like Tamagotchi, but like an advanced Tamagotchi. It's you're caring for a virtual digital pet. Yeah. And so my thought was similar to how I put some franchises that I enjoyed, but the actual genre itself is not a favorite of mine in a lower rank. Same thing with Nintendogs.
Yeah.
And so that's why I put it there. I don't think a digital pet, except it's real. Iron Rusty says.
Real.
Oh man,
Oh,
that's what
man.
Tier Fantasy drafts on Friday. Tell your friends.
Yeah.
No, they can't die in the competitions. You can compete. It's very likely this could rank higher as I have more exposure to the franchise and go back and play some of these games. I do think that. I've said that there's a big heavy asterisk on all of this, but a lot of this is also, it's not me saying objectively that this is where this lands because of a matrix of areas that I can assign points. In terms of a game I would pick up and play, Nintendogs, I would probably keep it in the C tier.
And I am inclined to agree. It's not necessarily means that it's a bad series by any means, but I feel like it's kind of stagnant. It's kind of like staying at this one level, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It does what it set out to do. But I don't think it's like going above and beyond than what other animal simulators have done. So I don't feel like it ever did anything to like flourish or anything of that regard. And I know there is some kind of dog simulating game on the Switch right now. I heard it's not really that good. I don't know. But yeah, I think it'll be good for like a niche group, but I don't see it like a lot of people are gonna really like, I totally want to go back and play that again and again and again and again. I just don't see that. I feel like it was good at the time, but I think people kind of just moved on from it.
As Dan has pointed out, wait a minute. You're putting Nintendogs and Mario Party in the same tier. Yes, I am. Moving on. What's the next? What's the next game?
Paper Mario series.
Paper Mario. Okay, I put Paper Mario in. Where did I put Paper? B tier. It's similar, very similar. In fact, the same things that I would say of Mario and Luigi go to Paper Mario. It's just the nice mechanics that add a level of using your skill to have an advantage in combat. That piece in an RPG, a turn-based RPG, very cool. I like it. Let Mana make his mistakes. We can all learn, Iron Rusty says. I think those additions in Paper Mario are great. There's a clever story. It's fun, but turn-based RPGs are not my favorite genre, and that's what brings it down to a B for me. But honestly, I think of the two, Paper Mario's the one that I could see possibly being elevated to A over time.
This is tough for me. This is very, very tough. Because let's see, I put Mario and Luigi on A tier. And there's parts of me that really likes Paper Mario more. But, as Memory Martin puts, my thoughts on Paper Mario, the trilogy A through S tier. After that, G through F. That's a problem. The difference with Mario and Luigi, I feel like that there is at least this level of consistency. Now, I may not hate personally Sticker Star as the rest of you out there. Yeah, come at me about that. Go ahead. I'll take it. I personally don't feel it's that bad, but I could see why people don't like it because it is kind of brushing away from what we know. And it might not necessarily be the right direction for Paper Mario. So this is a very tough one for me. Because like, if it was with just a real trilogy, Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door, and Super Paper Mario, this would be easily S. But these other ones, as much as I do like them and enjoy them, I do have to put that into account for how it's been conceived. And lately, it's getting better, but it's still not at the level of the original trilogy. It's not even close.
I mean, Yeah.
Memory Martin, I knew you were gonna say it. I knew you were gonna say it. I personally enjoyed it more. Not as good as the original trilogy by far, but I had some enjoyment. Come at me again. Come at me. So again, this is a tough one. If I really want to put it like right in between. It's like that B plus A minus range. It's like so on the verge. But I think because of the fact that Paper Mario and A Thousand Year Door are so high, like I love them to death. I think this one time I'm going to put a little bit of my personal bias in the way and put it as an A. But I do not deny the issues that the Paper Mario series has. And that's why there's no way that it could be an S range. And it's really close to a B. Very close.
Fair. Right, Kid Katie says, I've just been informed that my tier list is the worst tier list ever made. Oh, gosh. So right now, it is 11:30. And I feel like I just need to make sure that we are able to get everything done through by midnight. And so I think the Pokemon conversation bringing Memory Martin in is not going to happen tonight, but that could warrant another follow-up just on its own, even just to discuss Pokemon, if not do a whole tier list like you and I are doing. But yes. I think we could do Xenoblade. I think that's possible. Now, Right Kid Katie.
Yes, I agree with that.
Right Kid Katie. This is really funny. I'm going to pop Right Kid Katie's on the screen real quick. Thank you for understanding, Memory Martin. I appreciate that. What is the next game, by the way?
The next game is Mario's Picross.
Okay. And I do also want to just let folks know that if you do want to show your images, feel free, and I will definitely make a thread on Twitter. I'd love for you to share these on there as well. So definitely keep that in mind. Keep this handy, Right Kid Katie. Let me go ahead and show Right Kid Katie's real quick so that you can see. There it is. Go for it. And this is what makes me laugh. It's all the unfamiliars.
Oh my goodness.
How good is that, right? How good.
Oh
how good.
My goodness. Wow.
That's why Right Kid Katie was laughing.
That's mind blowing. That is very mind blowing. I'm not gonna deny.
But I'm gonna say, in all honesty, not really, because you and I, we grew up with Nintendo and we play it so much. I think this probably is a better representation of the average modern Switch
average
player
Joe, like an average Joe. Yeah. No, actually, you make a really good point. Yeah.
I do appreciate you have a very strong actually your A rank is like my S rank. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, that's
this is
cool.
fair. Honestly, this is fair. I think you're right. Actually, now that I look back on it, but yeah, it is funny how her A rank is pretty much your S rank.
Yeah, right.
And I gotta say, it's very interesting to see your S rank. Very interesting to see. But
yeah,
that's cool.
It looks real.
That's
good.
really cool. Yeah.
All right. Next up is Picross. So
yeah,
Picross. I put Mario's Picross down in it's really the Picross series, and I put it in D because I feel like Picross as a game, and like there's the Zelda Picross that we got and everything. I mean, it's just it's sort of a pretty basic puzzle game, and I wouldn't say, whereas with the C tier games, I typically will kind of be excited to play. With Mario's Picross, there's very seldom a time I'm like, oh, I want to pick up a Picross game. So D for me.
Honestly, if I had to rate it, I would agree with you in the D range. I don't feel like, from what I've seen, it really does a lot to really venture itself out. But because of the fact that I still haven't played it yet on my own, I'm going to put it in unfamiliar. But I see
Fair.
where you're coming from what I've seen.
Fair.
But that's not very fair to just judge based on C. You have to play it as well.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, next up.
Pikmin.
And Pikmin's in B for me. Honestly, it's possible that I could see it in A. I wouldn't put an S for me yet, but I do really like the genre. The game is very clever. It's just a fun world. I could see it rising into A, especially with the release of Pikmin 4, which I do plan on trying to pick up at some point. And so B for me at the moment. It's a rising B.
Sure. I'm gonna agree.
Nice.
It's a rising B. I agree. I don't feel like it's been flourished yet, but maybe Pikmin 4 will change my mind. But that doesn't make it a bad series at all. I think it's definitely one to definitely go play. But it's not going to be one that I'm going to go and play instantly. Like, snap, I'm going to play it right now.
Yeah.
It's one that, like, I'll see on my thing, like, you know what, I'll play that at some point. I'll play that here and there, you know?
Yeah.
And I feel like the impact that it's made to, I don't feel like is as strong as the other ones as well. So
Yeah.
I think on both sides of the spectrum, it's a B. So makes it easy to make it a B.
All right. Memory Martin, I will be posting your list. I've got it all queued up and ready. When you hop in for Xenoblade, I'll let you know.
Perfect.
So, next up.
Next, Pilot Wings.
Pilot Wings. Now this one I put in A, and it could almost be an S, but it's an A for me. I have a lot of nostalgia, especially for the first game, which I played a ton with my dad growing up, and still play with him to this day. And I think as a franchise, it's kind of had some experimentation, but the most recent entries were pretty fun, taking a lot of cues from the Wii Sports, Wahoo Island, all that stuff kind of thing. So Pilot Wings, definitely a good one. And Right Kick Katie, thank you so much for coming here. And thanks for the raid and for the fun. And thanks for sharing your tier list. And we'll definitely catch you again real soon. Everybody, go check out Right Kick Katie. Super fun streamer. And I'm overdue for coming and hanging with you. So we'll be doing that soon.
Absolutely. Me too.
And where do you put Pilot Wings, my good sir?
I'm going to have to put this in unfamiliar.
Okay.
I've never played it. I do have it on my Wii U, but as you guys know, unfortunately, my Wii U went, my gamepad and stuff, it went kaput, and I kind of put it away and I still haven't been able to get it fixed and whatnot. But I do know that both of them are on the Nintendo Switch Online, so it's definitely something that I want to get into, but I get caught up in everything else. So, yeah, I want to take a closer look into that one at some point. But as of right now, I can't really judge it.
All right, next up.
Pokemon Mystery Dungeon.
Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and I put that one in unfamiliar.
Well, guess what? Me too.
Okay.
Never played it.
Next up.
All right.
I believe it's
Pokemon Rumble.
Pokemon Rumble. That I have played and I quite enjoyed actually. But I put in C. It was kind of a solid C. I think I could potentially bump it up to B. I think I'm going to leave it at C though, for now.
I am inclined to agree with you. I think it's a C game. It's fun, but it's not something that I'm going to really want to quickly go back to, and it's not one that I'm going to be like totally super excited to see the next installment of it. When I see it like maybe on a sale, I'd be like, yeah, that would be fun to play. But it's not one that I'm going to be rushing out the door for, so it definitely want to be anywhere towards a B to an S range. It's good, but it doesn't blow me away. And I think the reception of the game overall, from what I've seen people, it's pretty much around the same.
And Dan says Pokemon Rumble is C. Okay, now you're just messing with me at this point since it's along with Mario Party.
He's so hurt with the Mario Party.
And Memory
Okay.
Martin says, fun fact, the Rumble series is the only Pokemon series I haven't played. I did see a friend play it. It was cute, but wasn't really vibing with me, and the models were cool, though.
That's interesting. Okay. I thought you would have played that. That surprises
Yeah.
me. Okay.
All right.
Pokemon Snap.
Okay. And
Snap.
I put Pokemon Snap in D. The reason
Wow.
being that when I was playing new Pokemon Snap, I was so excited for it. I picked up my copy day one. I was all over this. And I feel that it made this sort of critical mistake, which I think Pokemon has unfortunately fallen into a lot, and that is too much narrative. If this was just hey, we have this amazing world with these amazing Pokemon, how cool is it that you can just go and explore and take pictures of them? And instead, half of the experience was hearing these talking heads, explain how, I just went to this region, and guess what? There's a special fruit here that will allow you to go back to the same place you were there 3 times already, but you're going to go back with this fruit so that you can possibly get to see the right quarter of this Pokemon. And then if you bring me back a photo for that, I might be able to do a whole bunch more things because I'm a professor and woohoo! I mean, it was like, enough. Cool it. I want to take pictures of cute Pokemon, darn it. Honestly, I think it's so good in theory. Is that a new subscriber? Oh, Harem, 51 months of subscribing. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much. This is more important, old man.
Shush, this is more important, old man.
I appreciate that, Harem. And I will be shush now. It's your turn there, Scooter. Missed opportunity. Pokemon Snap could be a good game. It's just, could be a good franchise.
I'm going to incline to agree with you again. I think it's another one of those. Though, like, if I had to say, like, Rumble versus Snap in the C range, which one would be a little higher? I think Snap would be just a little bit higher, like a C plus to a C, not by like a margin,
Yeah.
But
bear in mind, I put it in D.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I put it in D.
I'm gonna put it up. Fair enough.
I haven't had as much exposure to the first Pokemon Snap, but the other problem I do have with the series, and it's one I find in a lot of picture taking series, it's that it doesn't reward you. Even Zelda has made this mistake at times. Does not reward you for well framed pictures. It wants a certain thing in the center. And so if you want to take an artful photo, it will actually dock you points. And I would much rather just go around taking artful photos of Pokemon and sort of collecting an album and trying to track down new Pokemon. Almost, actually, if Arceus, open world Pokemon Arceus, if that was a Snap game where I just went around and took pictures, I'd be thrilled.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. It to me, it's on the same level as Pokemon Rumble for me. It's a little bit better, but just not there. Like, I'll pop it in here and there, but it's not like. Again, it's not one that just blows me away.
Yeah.
It's fun, but there's a lot better. All right. Next is Pokemon Stadium.
Okay, that is unfamiliar to me.
Okay, fair enough. Well, for me, it's not. I played Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2 a lot. Coliseum, I played that too. I played a lot of those. I think I kind of stopped playing them so much after it came out to like the Wii era of it. So, in a general sense, it's definitely going to be higher than a C for me than Rumble and Snap, because Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2 are just great games. But those other games you start to see that consistency go down a little bit. So because of that, because I gotta catch those two. It's not just one and two. You gotta count Coliseum and those, because those are in the same style as Stadium. That's the reason why I'm counting that. Okay.
Okay.
If it was just Stadium 1 and 2, I would agree with you, Dan. I would put it in the A tier. But because of Coliseum and the others, I can't. So with that reasoning alone, I'll put it in the B. But it's definitely made a lot bigger impact on me with Pokemon than Rumble or Snap ever could.
Fair. Again, we're kind of breezing through Pokemon because I know that
We'll go into
Martin,
more detail that
Yeah.
Memory Martin wants to go. Yes, the Battle Revolution. Thank you. Yes, Memory Martin. Yes.
All right. And what's the next Pokemon? Is it actually Pokemon?
Just Pokemon itself.
Just Pokemon itself, which I have in D tier.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's gonna wrinkle a few there.
Dan says Pokemon is S tier. I have it in D tier. You will not, Dan says. Here's the thing. Pokemon is a turn-based RPG, so fundamentally it's not a series I really get into, okay? Or a genre I get into, I should say.
Mhm.
And you might say like, well, but you have good, you have examples of genres you're not into. They're in the B tier. Okay, so why not B tier? Well, the reason Pokemon is not B tier is because I believe the quality between the games is all over the place, and a lot of more recent examples show that there's just a real lack of consistency and quality. It almost doesn't feel like a Nintendo game anymore or a Nintendo franchise anymore because it just doesn't have that polish. So that would jump it down to a C. But then the other issue that I have is that that the whole way that Pokemon is put out is such a strange kind of concept to me. It's like we expect these generations, you have multiple games, they want you to collect them all, and yet you have to have 2 copies of what is essentially the same game in order to collect them all, which feels very predatory to me. And so that drops it from a C down to a D for me. There are examples of Pokemon I enjoy. Let's Go Pikachu was a lot of fun. Really good. I want to like Pokemon. My daughter really is into Pokemon, like the card game and the creatures themselves, and I really enjoyed playing Pokemon Quest. But as a franchise as a whole, I feel like Pokemon is just all over the place, and it has a weird model that feels kind of predatory to me, and I'm just not really a fan. Dan is giving me, that's a horrible excuse. Both versions is about trading and battling. Could be. No. Oh no, Dan.
Oh, that makes me think of some Call Me Johnny. Oh, he said that in one of his videos. I laughed so hard.
Arceus Hammer says, I may
Ooh,
potentially.
Arceus, yeah.
Pokemon may regain favor with me. It
Are
really
you
might.
even thinking about remotely to get Violet and Scarlet? Do you have any interest in that?
I have no interest in getting Violet and Scarlet.
No. Okay, fair enough.
Zero. Zilch. But I do have an interest in Sword and Shield. One of those.
Okay.
And I also have, and the reason for that is that I feel like the setting is a setting that I care about more. So yeah. So Sword and Shield being, kind of like a British setting, it's kind of, something that just attracts my attention a bit more. Makes me kind of go, that's fascinating.
Okay.
No interest whatsoever in the current games. Right, Harry?
Fair enough. Memory Martin, the one thing I got to ask you is, I know we want to go into a huge talk with you about this, and believe me, I know this is your cup of tea. I just want to hear, what spot would you put it in a tier?
Oh, actually, I know what spot.
Oh,
because I have it queued up.
Oh, okay. I want to know. I want to
All
know
right,
before I get.
I'll pop
'cause
this
I'm
up
curious.
here. I'll pop this up.
All right, let me see. Let me see what her tier spot is
Okay.
with Pokemon, because I want to see if it's anywhere near where I'm thinking. Because I
Uh,
have a quite mixed feelings on it.
And you will be surprised.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
My mind is blown.
Right? Right?
My mind is seriously blown. But truth be told, I can see why.
Yeah. Some of all the games is what Memory Martin says. One of
That's
the
fair.
biggest Pokemon fans that I know, and yet right
That
there in
surprises me.
C.
That kind of blows my mind.
Yeah, we'll come back to that and look more at that later.
Yeah,
but yeah.
I want to be in that conversation. Remember, I want to hear this, so we'll definitely go into it. So just to speed it up, where do I feel Pokemon is? This is tough because I loved Pokemon back in the day, and it's one of those series I kept going in, out, in, out, in, out. So it's kind of putting me in that C range. But I cannot deny the impact that the series has made.
True.
And
but is
yes,
it the
there is some bad to go
games?
wrong.
Is the impact the games, or is it the whole cultural phenomenon with the anime and the comics and the cards?
See, that's the question. It feels like they're almost all tied together. That's what makes it weird.
That's true. That's true.
It's a very weird thing because they all feel they're all tied because the games first come out, then you get the anime series that goes along with those games. So it feels like it all gets wrapped into one. Maybe not the best approach. Maybe it is the right approach. I mean, they're making money, so obviously they're doing something right, and people are still buying the games over and over again. So obviously it's still working, whether someone likes it or someone doesn't. So it's a weird strategy.
I think it is. Let me again reiterate. This is not an objective look at the games where I'm taking aspects of what makes a good game, having metrics and then filling out a chart with numbers and giving like a statistical analysis. This is heavily based on nostalgia, which I have none for Pokemon, and just my personal interests. So Pokemon sets out at a disadvantage because it's a genre I don't enjoy, turn-based RPGs, and I just I'm not interested for the most part.
I feel that's very fair. I feel like if you don't have the nostalgia for Pokemon back in the day, I don't think it's going to have as strong as a hype for you. So I feel like that also needs to be kind of put into perspective as well. So
Ryan Cluster has to head out. Catch you next stream, man. I'm out for
no
now.
problem,
Later.
Ryan.
Take care. Thank you so much for hanging out,
us, buddy. You've been a huge support for both of us. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
Night. All right, I made my decision, and it might change the next time we talk Memory Martin. It might change because I almost want to put it in the C range too, but I cannot deny that even so, if I even just take out all the anime and everything, the phenomenon behind it, the games still sell huge. There's still a huge impact on the games itself, and I cannot deny that. So because of that, I will put it in the B range, but I can't put it any higher. I can't.
I'll also say that if we were only looking from like Game Boy Advance back, I would probably put Pokemon in C or maybe even B.
S. I would put it in A and S if it was back from the Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance days. If it was back there, I would easily put it as almost S range.
Yeah, maybe even DS and back, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't play much of the DS. DS is kind of where I kind of went away from it. It didn't get back into it until Pokemon Y, when that came out for the 3DS.
Ooh, Memory Martin, that's a good idea. I'm making a tier list of the main series games right now for when we do the deep dive into Pokemon. I like it.
Perfect.
All right. What's next?
Right. Well, we're getting away from Pokemon, and now we're on to Punch Out.
Punch Out. I put it in B. Mostly because of the Wii entry. I don't particularly enjoy the original Nintendo game or the arcade game. Super Punch Out's pretty fun, but the Wii games, both Punch Out for the Wii and Doc Lewis's Punch Out, which was a fun little thing that they did through Club Nintendo, I think are
Fun
great.
Little jab, you could say.
Yeah, right. B tier for me. Yeah, I enjoyed them.
Okay. And with that note, I'm gonna put Punch Out in B as well. I think it's a good series and stuff, and I'd like to put it in here and there, but it's not one that I'm gonna go instantly to.
Yeah.
I'd go through so many other games before I'd get to Punch Out. Not to say it's not a bad game, and it's definitely more memorable than any of my C list games there. But yes, Punch Out is great. But I haven't really seen anything flourish. I feel like, I mean, Punch Out Wii is great.
There's
It
that
really
word
is.
again. That's like the word of the night.
Flourish.
These
I think-
franchises aren't
yeah,
flourishing. We want flourishing franchises. The alliteration
I think
is.
Punch Out I think Punch Out has the potential to flourish, but I haven't seen anything besides like the art, like when they brought Little Mac with that trailer, like that was really cool, and I'm thinking, man, if they just brought a new Punch Out game, that'd be like really cool. You know, it gives me the idea that there's great potential there, that it could definitely rise and above, but I feel like it kind of has that nice stagnant line that it's really good,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna keep it.
so-
I'm gonna keep it in B.
yep, B is good for me.
Okay, next up.
All right, Pushmo.
Pushmo. I really want to play them, but I haven't actually done it yet, so they're an unfamiliar.
Me
for
neither.
There we go.
I'm familiar as well.
Next up,
All right, Rhythm Heaven.
same thing. Unfortunately, unfamiliar to me, though I do have a copy and I want to play it.
I don't have any copies, but I think I would actually like this game. From what I've seen and heard, if I probably did play it, I could probably see this being in the B. But because this is the kind of stuff I actually do like, I love like Elite Beat Agents.
Elite Beat. I was just gonna say Elite Beat
love
Agents.
that game. Like,
Yep.
so this
That was a
might
cool
be
game.
my cup. So this might be my cup of tea, but I can't judge it yet until I play it. So it'll stay in the unfamiliar.
Fair. Next up,
All right. What is that? I can't read what that
is it
game
Steel Diver? No. What? QR.
No, it's
What?
I wish it
which-
was
What is it?
Survey.
What are the colors?
It's
You
like
can-
white and green. Yeah, I'm gonna try to zoom in
White
on
and
this. Baby.
green. White and green.
All right, let me try
White
to.
and green. What could it? Oh, is it Sin and Punishment? Is it
Is
the
that
one
Sin
with
and
the
That
sort
is
of
Sin
the
and Punishment.
yeah
That
Sin and Punishment.
is Sin and
Yeah,
Punishment. Okay.
with the sort of blue clouds and then like two figures in the
Yep.
middle with
I had
okay.
to zoom in to see it.
Yep.
That title
Yeah.
is so small. Yes,
Yep.
Sin and Punishment's next.
So yeah, Sin and Punishment I put in B tier because I enjoy on rails shooters and it's a pretty good one. Although it is a little bit sort of weighty in themes, so it doesn't quite
Yeah.
hit A tier for me. For that reason, I think I'm gonna keep it in B.
And I'm inclined to agree with you. It's kind of my same feelings with Punch Out. It's like it's really good and stuff. Both games are really good, and I feel like they do have that potential and stuff to like rise above. But I just feel like they haven't done that just yet. I feel
Yeah.
like they're very steady, and I think you should play both games. Absolutely, play the one on the N64, there, and it's on the Nintendo Switch Online, and play the Wii version. Definitely do it. But I feel like it hasn't rised above that.
All right, next up.
Super Smash Bros.
Now, I might get more people hating me. I put it in D
Here we
tier.
go. Get your pitchforks. Oh boy, no, not the D tier. I saw this one coming. Oh, I remember when I saw this too. I'm like, oh man, he is going hard.
Yeah. So,
Oh man.
I
Smashes into the basement. Love it, Rusty. I love it.
you know, I think I have to say I was maybe being a little dramatic here. I think I'm
Well,
gonna
this is your
actually
chance to change it.
looking
This is your
at the list, looking at what I have in the B tier, and some of these. Bear in mind, a lot has changed here. This is the old list, and I'll show you the new one at the end here. But I actually think I'm gonna take Smash and put it in B tier. So that's a 2-tier rise. And the reason comes down to the collectibles and the different characters and just the sheer amount of Nintendo franchises that are represented in all the different trophies as well as playable characters. I think as a fighting game, it's not the type of fighting game I enjoy. I'm much more a one-on-one Street Fighter like fighting game player. And I've gotten my tail whooped by many a people in Smash Brothers. I like to share this story of being at a video game convention, a retro video game convention, and there was a tournament.
Okay.
There was a Smash Brothers Melee tournament, and I was placed against, I think she must have been about 7-year-old girl.
Oh no! I can see where this is going.
Who mopped the floor with me. So so it's not my game, but I do appreciate that it has some really good design on the menus. I don't think it's easy to read the game. That's my biggest complaint, is that I feel that it's hard to know and keep track of what is going on the screen. Maybe I'm just getting older, but I feel like elements are too small too often. And that's one of my biggest mistakes, biggest frustrations with it. I'm going to put it in B tier, though.
Fair enough.
And
Rusty, Smash takes the fall for Mana's vengeance. Love it. Okay.
That's it. Sin and punishment.
Okay. Yeah, sin and punishment. There you go. All right.
Yep.
This one was a tough one for me, too, because I love the series. I've grown up on it, and it's still relevant today as it was back then. And it's Flourish, in my opinion, because of the fact that how many third-party characters that blow your mind that they're actually in Smash. Sora, you got Banjo and Kazooie back. And not only just that, guys. Smash is the reason, in my personal opinion, that why Fire Emblem is as popular now.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
How many games can make such a big impact by just a simple, friendly fighting game that brought a series to the US and made it as popular as it is? I've never seen that before. That is crazy in my eyes. That just blows my mind. So with those type of reasons, and the fact that we have one of the craziest rosters and like unheard of characters in Smash Brothers that you just never thought would ever make it, and all the things above, even with some of the minor complaints that I have with like the online connectivity and everything like that, I have to give it an S because of how much of an impact it's made.
Fair.
Many different
Fair.
situations.
We can disagree. I did bring it from D to B.
Hey, that's
and maybe in part from your strong S swing there, but I'll keep it at B.
Like, okay, let me make it clear. If I had to do this, I would probably put this more as like S minus, almost close to the A plus range. But I think because of the fact that it made such impacts in some really strong areas, I feel like it was just enough to push it. In most cases, like I would probably put it in an A.
Man, I'm looking at my S tier, and I'm just like, it doesn't hold a candle to any of these games, in my opinion. But hey, you do you, boo.
Okay, I would agree with that because, like I said, I would personally put it in an A. Like if I had to do it personally.
But you're talking about the pedigree, the
pedigree,
the gravitas.
And how much that is. Well, and also how much is Flourish? Like if we go back from 64.
There's that word again.
I'm gonna say it all night.
It's Flourish.
It's like Pee Wee's Playhouse. Flourish is a different word. You know, I will continue to say because that's what it's done. Like
these streams
some
brought
areas,
to you by the word flourish.
The word flourish. No, but besides the online aspect, you know, and maybe the story mode, I guess you would say, maybe it has not been their strong suit. But what has been strong is the main core of the game. and that kept increasing and increasing, and the fact that they were able to make so many collaborations, including in the music department and everything of the sort, I can't deny that.
Fair.
I really can't. So
Well,
with that, it barely gets the S.
and
Barely.
and
It's like on that verge.
Dan's happy. Dan wants an S, but does disagree with you on one thing, that Fire Emblem was discovered through Smash, but it was truly Awakening that made it shine and allowed for the series to flourish. He didn't say flourish, but that's
Yeah.
that's
We're
the
gonna use
word.
that. No.
All right.
Okay, you're true, but Smash Brothers did have that impact still enough to.
I think you're right. I do think that before
let me ask
Smash,
you-
I had no idea what Fire Emblem
Yeah.
was.
Let me ask you this, Dan. Do you think Fire Emblem Awakening, as good as from what I've heard people say, do you think it would have gotten well known and like more people would have played it if the Fire Emblem characters were not in Smash Brothers? Let me ask you that. Think about that one.
Yeah.
All right. And I'll go ahead and respond to you once you do that, Dan, because I'd be curious about that. But
All right. Next up.
Splatoon.
Yay! And that is perfect timing. I was just asking about it. So I have Splatoon in A rank, and it almost, it's sort of like Kid Icarus, where it is really close. I almost want to bump it up into S. But I think that Splatoon, I went off on a whole tangent in the last stream, and I'm not sure that it was the it's a good sticker. I'm not sure it was the right tangent to go on. I kind of talked about this idea that I have that I almost feel like Splatoon as a franchise, the next step after this trilogy is complete, would be sort of a game as a service, taking as its example something like Fortnite. Now, I don't want all the microtransactions, but I do think like a season pass for continued development and new ideas and new fresh things, I think that would be good. And I think that it's a good base for it, because Splatoon is already primarily, if you don't count the solo story mode, it's primarily an online play game anyway. So it's not going to exist when servers are shut down. So why not invest in this sort of ongoing, evolving world with lots of new things and whole kind of story arcs and wild crossovers even. Heck, I don't know, maybe. I think maybe not crossovers, but I think Splatoon 2 could definitely benefit from some new ongoing things to keep players from losing interest and going on to other things, sort of seeing it as, oh, well, it's only these stages today and I'm not interested in them, I'll move on. That said, none of that takes away from the fact that I think it is a fantastic game. Fantastic series. I enjoyed 1. It was my number 1 favorite game on the Wii U. Most played for sure. Splatoon 2, super fun. Splatoon 3, I haven't been sticking with as much, but that's more because of just where I'm at in my life right now. So Splatoon as a franchise, definitely, I think, close to S tier. And I little says, yeah, if a game adds microtransactions, bad. No, I don't think that it should include microtransactions, but if it had some like season passes, almost like the cart track extensions, which would be included with your NSO subscription, or could be purchased separately. Like if you get the extended tier, it would be part of that, and you could get same thing they're doing with all their DLC. I think that could work. And I think that no, Memory Martin, what they actually just released was essentially a what's new in Splatoon 3. It was just a trailer for the third game, but it did fool many of us. But anyways, I think Splatoon is a lot of fun. It just, in this trilogy, the biggest thing that changed were the single player things, and the online didn't evolve a whole lot. So the core game hasn't really evolved that much. We're still playing some of the same old stages. There's quality of life improvements, but it's just kind of a weird franchise from its development. But as a concept, as a game, it's brilliant. It's more platformer in some ways than shooter, but then it's got these incredible shooting mechanics. I love it. I can rave about Splatoon. I just think that as a franchise, if I took each game individually potentially would be an S.
Mm-hmm.
But as a franchise, I would drop it down to an A, if that makes any sense.
That makes sense. Yeah, I can see that. Before we get back to that, because I did say Dan could say something. He said Fire Emblem would still do fine because Fire Emblem in Melee was just Martha Roy. Didn't even have a stage till Brawl. Awakening sold well much more than Ike's game because it was dying, and Awakening had plenty full of characters, having children to battle, weapons that break that was interesting. Story was so good, so I personally would not think it had much of an effect. Also, Martha Roy isn't in the game except DLC, so really Martha Roy just wouldn't be there. Now, would it be exposed as much as Melee did? No, but it would still sell well. If I had to put a minor change in that, Martha Roy would not show up as DLC if Melee didn't include them. But see, you just made my point. Would it be exposed as much? Exposure has a lot to deal with sales. Not always, but it does have a huge impact. So I feel like the exposure did help. Not saying it helped by like margins and stuff, but I could say I've had a lot of friends, including myself, that did not know anything about what Fire Emblem was until I saw Smash Brothers. And I think that says something.
Now, it's getting late. I think we need to do a rapid fire round for several games.
Okay. So let me do Splatoon real quick here. I'm kind of on the, I have this mixed opinion. I see where you're coming from, Anna. I totally do. But I'm also seeing Iron Rusty's side too. Because I didn't get a chance to play a lot of Splatoon 1 because they forced a gamepad. That was probably, still in my opinion, one of the bad moves of that game. I think I would have enjoyed it more if it wasn't forcing. But I did play a lot of Splatoon 2 and I got burned out hard. So, and now I'm playing Splatoon 3 and I'm enjoying it, but it's one of those games that I have to play in moderations. And more importantly, I would probably only play it when friends want me to play it. It's not one that I'd really go and play all the time on my own.
Fair.
I don't have that as much interest.
All right.
But I cannot deny
this.
the impact. I cannot deny the impact that this game has.
So what ranking?
So the impact wise, because of the fact that we're on the third game and it's still selling as high as it is, and it's, even though I feel like the elevation is not really elevating up, I could see the S for the impact, and then my gameplay of my personal experience would be a B, so I'm going to cut it in the middle and put it in an A.
I like it. Solid.
Yep. All right. Star Fox.
I have it in
boy.
A, but you know what? Despite some missteps, I actually think I'm going to move it to S tier.
Really?
Yeah, I'm moving it to S tier. It has some missteps, don't get me wrong.
It does.
But I think the core and really the original Star Fox and Star Fox 64 still are such incredible games that they can actually still carry the entire franchise despite missteps. That's how good those games are. I'm putting Star Fox up to S.
Wow. Oof. That's hard. But, man. Okay. This is going to be really tough because I kind of want to go with Mana on this, and because of the fact that I can literally see in the back of my head the potential that Star Fox could have right now. because we want it. We know we want it so bad and stuff like that. And honestly, if they fix the controls and stuff like that in Star Fox Zero, I think people would be a lot more happy with that game.
Yeah.
So just because I really feel the potential and I feel like the next Star Fox game could be like a banger, just because of that fact, and I love Star Fox and Star Fox 64, and I play Star Fox 64 a lot, it's going to get that slight edge over A plus to the S minus. It's like minuscule. It's like that close. But I can see where he's coming from, so I will agree with that.
Nice.
But just a margin, just like the smallest little margin you could see. Just enough. But yes, there was some stinkers of Star Fox, unfortunately.
Dan says if it had minor setbacks, wouldn't it be fair to put it in the A tier then? But
it depends. It really depends on how
I a little take care.
By I a little. I would agree with that, Dan, but sometimes the minors don't even look that bad if the other thing is so good. Like, you can kind of forget about it, that it's there. Like, oh yeah, they did have that game. But would you really care? Because you're really enjoying those first two games so much. Would it really hurt you? It's a gray area. It's a very gray area. So I could totally understand why people would easily put it in an A. But I feel like those first two games are so good. And the fact that it made an impact enough to bring Star Fox 2, the game that never got a release, that actually they decided, you know what, let's release it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. No, I think it has. I've you know what? Never mind. I've made my point. It's a good game. It's S tier for me, and I have a lot of nostalgia for it, so that puts it up there.
Yeah, I think my nostalgia helps a little bit too. And we gotta always do a barrel roll. That's right.
That's it.
All right. Next is Starfy.
All right, so we're gonna do this is gonna be our quick fire, rapid fire round. I put Starfy in A tier because it's just adorable and fun, very Kirby-like. A tier.
Unfamiliar.
Okay, next game.
Steel Diver.
I put Steel Diver in unfamiliar, though I played a little bit of it. I really didn't play a lot, and so unfamiliar.
Unfamiliar.
All right.
Okay.
Next game.
Let's see how shocked we are about this. 2D Mario games.
S tier.
Like, I hate to say it kind of like that, but like, duh?
Yeah,
Like,
right? Exactly. It's S tier. It's S tier.
I would dare anyone to try to tell me why it does not deserve S tier.
Yeah.
I would dare anyone to try to tell me.
S tier.
S tier.
S tier. Next game.
Okay. Mario. So the 3D Mario games now.
So 3D Mario games. Now I put them in A tier, and I could be potentially convinced to put them into into S tier. Is this one we want to stop for a little bit and ponder, or do we just want to move on?
I
what do you
go either way on this because I know where I'm putting mine.
Where'd you put yours?
If we really want to go and spoil my spot, S tier. Mario Odyssey alone.
Yeah, I'm putting Mario back up into 3D Mario is S tier.
Like, yeah, I mean Mario Galaxy and like a lot of people find Mario Sunshine probably the worst of them, and I'd probably agree with that. But honestly, I've actually grown a little bit more of a love-hate relationship with Mario 64. But Mario Galaxy, especially now that I'm able to play on the Switch and I don't have to worry about Joy-Cons, I'm loving it even more. And Mario 3D World, yes, I love that one. But Mario Odyssey, man, that one just like that game alone can keep it S rank alone. That game.
Right. Yeah, I'm moving it. It's S tier. I don't know what I was thinking. It's S tier. It's got to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if I had to choose, Mario 2D would be like S plus, and then Mario 3D games would be S.
Yeah, I definitely prefer the 2D Marios over 3D, and I think that's why I made the distinction.
Except for the news. That's a topic for another day.
Okay, we get into that.
We will. Oh man, I love the new I love the new series when they first started, but then they kept coming out. I'm like, what's new? What's new? What's new? Oh man. Okay.
And Dan
We'll
likes
get it.
3D over 2D. But yeah, no, I think you've convinced me.
Hey, fair enough.
I think the one thing that I prefer about 2D Mario over 3D Mario that I said last time that I'll reiterate now, 2D Mario is about traversal and the thrill of just getting through these areas, and I enjoy playing, kind of trying to do that quickly. Whereas 3D Mario's, it's still about the feel and the thrill of movement, but the objective is less clear because it ends up being more exploration and more search and find. And that's the element I don't like about 3D Mario's.
Fair enough.
So 3D Land and 3D World were great games. I enjoyed them a lot. Galaxy I thought was really good because it was more linear, but a lot of the other 3D Mario games were less linear and therefore less fun for me, I found.
Fair enough. Completely fair enough. I could see that.
But there's still S tier.
Oh yeah, S tier. You couldn't get in. Hey, that's fair. That's fair.
Yep. All right, next.
Zelda series.
I mean, just come on. I'm not moving that. Solid. That is actually my favorite franchise of all time. So that's S plus 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 plus
I gotta
plus plus plus.
I gotta ask you guys a question. Am I able to really judge this category when I haven't really played many?
Where would you put it based on what you've played?
From what I played and stuff, even though it's not 100% my game and stuff like that, obviously because of the impact and stuff, and they are good games, I would easily put it in the S tier. Sure.
Then yes, you can judge it.
I mean, if I probably have to go with my personal playing of them, I kind of get lost and stuff, then I start to lose interest. So probably on my own spectrum, I'd probably put them in a B. They just cannot hold my interest long enough to get through. Which
And that's
tough.
fair, actually. I put it in A then. Split the difference like you did before.
Yeah, exactly. That's a problem. I've never beaten a Zelda game, so am I really fair to judge it?
Well,
That's what's tricky about it. I've never not even Ocarina of Time. That's the farthest one I've gotten through, but I've never beaten it.
That's
So
fair. But if it doesn't keep your attention, that says something about the game too.
See, that's my struggle with this one. That's my huge struggle. What Zelda games have I played? I played a bit of Link to the Past. I played Ocarina of Time. I played actually quite a bit of. The only game I actually did play a lot of, but then it kind of lost my interest again, was Zelda 2. I played that actually a lot more than any of the original Zelda, believe it or not. Because it did have that 2D platforming element, which is something I really enjoy. So I think it got me into that game a lot more than the first Zelda did. Yeah, exactly. Would it be fair to judge it based on how you didn't finish Zelda game? See, exactly. That's my problem. That's exactly why I feel like I can't judge it. But
I mean,
if I have to judge on every other scale besides that, it has to be S tier. But you would not have Nintendo without Zelda.
But let's take that out of the equation and just focus on what you said before. If it was based on your own enjoyment of the games that you've played, you would put it in B tier.
Probably B tier, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
dude. This is your list. I say go with that if you feel like it deserves a boost because of its stature in the world of video games. Maybe bump it to an A, but I would not give it an S if you had a B experience with it. I don't think it's fair to give that an S on your list.
But the problem is, it fair for me to give it a B because I really given it enough of a chance?
I gave Pokemon a D. I guarantee you haven't played most of the Pokemon games.
Way to rub that one in.
Yeah, right. Hey, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned this recently, but I gave Pokemon a D. And Mario Party is down there with the C's.
I tell you what, I'm going to actually keep this as an unfamiliar in my category. And the reason
Okay.
why is because I really want to give it a shot. I think if I go through Ocarina of Time and I have people that can help me through where I get it so I can actually fully experience it, then I will make my judgment. Because Ocarina of Time is one that I really want to beat. And then if I really enjoy that, then I'll go through Breath of the Wild next. Because it's just where I feel like that's
They're
going to be
very
the next
different
step.
types of games, but yeah.
I understand. But
Yeah.
that's why I want to try both different
Yes.
aspects.
Okay. That's what I was gonna say. I was
That's
gonna say
why.
if you don't enjoy Ocarina of Time, I would
Yeah.
still suggest that you.
I
play
want
it.
to try. Yeah, I want to try both as aspects. So
And I
I
think
want to hold off.
And I think you need to also experience some of the top-down Zeldas, whether it is
Yes.
the
I was
the
playing
classics.
A Link Between Worlds. I did start playing that on my 3DS a lot. Actually a decent amount, and then I got stuck in other games and stuff
Yeah.
like that. So I don't feel like personally I've given Zelda a fair
Okay.
chance. Not to say I'm gonna do Legend of Zelda the first game. I really have no interest in playing that one. I really don't. I don't know
Okay.
why, but I tried playing it a few times, and within 5 minutes I was already in another game. That game by itself could not hold my interest at all. Ocarina of Time and Link Between Worlds and Link to the Past definitely can hold interest. I feel like if I push myself, I can get through it, but it's hard. It's very, very hard. So if you really want a score for me, put it as an A.
Okay.
But
We're putting in
keep it
unfamiliar though.
unfamiliar. Keep it unfamiliar because I don't feel that's very fair.
Okay. Next up.
Tingle.
And I put Tingle in F just for the fun of it. Actually, if I'm being really fair
Mhm.
and accurate, it is unfamiliar. I've not
Okay.
actually played it. I want to give it a go. I have it. It's a game that I have. I'm almost certain. I have the tingles. I have the tingles. I have the Tingle games. I think I've got all of the Tingle games. I picked them up a while back
Okay.
and from Japan, imported them. So that's the secret's out. I got them for the Zelda playthrough to eventually get to them. So when that time comes, I'll actually rank it. But I put it in F just for the fun of it because everyone loves to rat on Tingle. But I put it in unfamiliar now.
I just put it in F just for the fun of it.
Yeah.
And you got to admit, it kind of needs to be in one of these because my D and F tier are completely blank. There's nothing in there.
My
I
F
will
tier
have to
is
put it
now
in
blank.
unfamiliar.
So
Yep.
that just
I have
shows
nothing.
you.
Tingle's in
Nintendo's good.
unfamiliar. Don't know anything about it.
Yep. What's next?
Wario Land.
And I could probably say, that similar to Mario Party, these are mini games, but this is more of a single player focus, and I tend to play more single player games than multiplayer games anyway. So that's why I think WarioWare originally was higher on my list than Mario Party.
Excuse me, Wario Land.
Wario Land. Oh, Wario Land is
Wario
easy
Land.
S tier.
You know what? You're right. I love Wario Land.
They're
When
so
they came
good.
out, Super Mario Land 3, Wario Land, I loved it. And then I got to play Wario Land 2. I loved that. I played Wario Land 3. I loved that. I didn't get a chance to play Wario Land 4. But I am planning to at some points, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna love it. I have Wario Land Shake It. I love it. Then I finally got a chance to play the Virtual Boy Wario Land. Loved it. I want them to do more Wario Land. I want it so bad. I can't say anything about Wario World. I will say that. I've heard it's good, but I can't judge on that one. But just on the Wario Lands alone, S tier. They've all been fantastic. That's one game that, never technically in my eyes flourished, but it's so high on all of them. Does it really need to at that point? I don't know. That's a weird one for me, but I love the Wario Land series. One of my favorites. S tier.
S tier.
Probably S plus.
Yeah.
S plus tier.
I might even go so far as to say that the Wario Land games are. I don't know. No, I'm not gonna
Are
say.
you about to say the 2D Mario?
No. No, I don't know. No, I was gonna say that. Was I
Okay.
going to say that? I don't know what I was going to say.
I don't know. I'm kind of curious what you're gonna say about that.
I think I was thinking of saying something dumb like that, but to be honest, no, they're not. But I'm looking at my S tier right now, and my current S tier has evolved a little bit. But of the platformers, Donkey Kong Country, Kirby, Super Mario Brothers, and Wario Land, they all do something a little different, a little unique, which is going to be good because next up, we're getting super close to another game that I think we're going to have a good debate about, which is Yoshi.
Oh yes, we'll get to that. But yes, WarioWare is next.
And that's the one I put. I'm gonna leave it in the C.
Yeah, honestly, I think
It's
you
not
pretty much
bad.
said
It's
everything
just
that I have to do about WarioWare. I'm gonna agree with you. I think it's C. I don't think, and everyone was still pretty excited about the newest one that came out. And don't get me wrong, I love that they got Charles Martinet to do this little Wario segment on there when they announced the game. That was cool. But when it's just strictly mini games like that and not something else with it, like Mario Party has the boards, which kind of does take an important part of it. It's not just the mini games. It makes it feel more complete. WarioWare, they're fun for a little bit, but honestly, to me, they can get pretty you can forget about it. It doesn't hold my interest. A lot of people get blown in my mind. Like, they're like huge WarioWare fans, and I'm like, they're okay. And they look at me like I'm almost did the most terrible thing ever. It's shocking.
Yeah,
like,
I could maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it in C. All right, next up.
Next up is Wave Race.
And I have that currently in C, but I'm gonna bump it up to B.
Yep, I would put it in B.
And I think it's because one of the things that I wasn't taking into account before, the same thing with Cruisin', because I was trying, starting early, I was trying to be fair and kind of have that baseline of C. I love racing games. So, that elevates it from average to above average for me.
And I think the other thing that it does for me is the way that they handled those games. Like, the way that they did the water in N64 was mind-blowing. You did not see anything like that in an N64, 64-bit type game. That is some serious technical craziness that they were able to pull off, and it made a difference. And then when they brought out the GameCube one, that was a next step up. So they definitely, not just in the graphics department, but just overall, the game did enhance. It did go forward. It didn't go backwards or anything like that. I just wish they made more. And I even love the Game Boy one. The Wave Race on the Game Boy was a fun little game.
Yeah.
So I can't say there was any bad game in there, but I can only give it a B because, man, I just wish they would actually keep going with it.
Fair. Now, I believe we only have 3 games left, right?
We do.
Okay.
This will be an interesting one. Wii Sports.
So bear in mind, this is the full Wii suite. So this includes Wii Music, Wii Sports Resort, Wii Fit,
all the Wii base games,
all Wii Party.
Wii Party, yes.
So that's A tier for me. I could say it also has a strong possibility of being S tier, but I'm gonna keep it at A.
I'm going to give it an A as well.
Nice.
And the reason why is it had I enjoyed it. I love Wii Sports and I love Wii Sports Resort. The other ones like Wii Play and Wii Music, I didn't get into those as much. But the Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort made such a huge impact. And I could not stop playing them. And I'll still pop in Wii Sports and play bowling.
Scooter, it's so late.
I know. We're almost there.
It's 12:30.
I know.
I'm losing it.
Okay. All right. But it's made such a huge impact, and it was a huge thing for the Wii.
Oh yeah.
It made it as successful as it was, and stuff like that. You can't deny the impact it made. Did it make as big an impact as the other ones on the top tier? No, it really didn't, but it made enough of a stamp where it can't be B. It needs to
Yeah.
be A.
No, and I would kind of put I would sort of put like ring fit almost in with this too, to be honest,
Yeah.
you know, and
Yeah,
it's all
definitely.
these unique play styles that Nintendo introduces. I just enjoy it. So, all right.
Yep. Okay, now we're on to our last two, which is Xenoblade and Yoshi. If Memory Martin would like to come in, this is the
Let's
time.
do Yoshi and then do Xenoblade and have Memory Martin hop in.
Okay. Well, Memory Martin seems to like Yoshi. Memory Martin, do you have anything cool to say about Yoshi, or are you good with that? We do Yoshi and save Xenoblade.
Oh yeah, you
for
can.
You.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to hop in now if you want to share some stuff about
if you,
that.
because it looked like you did exclamation mark Yoshi, so, and plus you do a good Yoshi voice, so you might have some opinions on that. So
Yeah, I just brought Memory Martin in.
Sounds good. All right. Well, then let's do Xenoblade, and we'll save Yoshi, because Yoshi is my favorite character. We'll save Yoshi for last. So Xenoblade is up.
Well, technically, it should be that would be the order anyway, right? X,
Yeah,
Y, Z.
exactly. Exactly. I'll just get mine out of the way because I really don't have much to say because, well, I've never played it. I'm familiar.
Yeah. For me, same thing. Unfamiliar. So let's hear what Memory Martin has to say. Not hearing anything though, Memory Martin. Oh, there. Oh, okay. Hold on a second.
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn you a little bit. Give me just a second
I'm
here.
on laptop and I'm trying to be quiet, so sorry.
Okay. All right.
No,
so
it's okay. It's okay. We'll just turn you up. No
I
worries.
can. I'm gonna bring
Oh, you're already-
Scooter down.
Oh, good. You use this week. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'll just
Memory Martin.
reiterate things if they can't hear you. I'll just have to do
Yep.
that 'cause I don't really have another way to.
You never mind.
Okay.
Nope. Okay. That's all. That's it. Thanks. Awesome. All right.
All right, Memory
All right,
Martin, Xenoblade.
Okay. So, I have a bit of bias because, as you guys know, almost every franchise I love, Pokemon, Kirby, Xenoblade, Paper Mario, I fell in love with all of them because of Sugar Conroy's Let's Plays. And Xenoblade, I think he said, is like one of his all-time favorite Nintendo franchises. So, Xenoblade 1. I love it. The guy who made the design made it very user-friendly, and that's great. Xenoblade 2, I played a little bit of it because I think it came out before 1, or I got it before 1. One of the things I really disliked about it was in Xenoblade 1, you could go back and look through the tutorials for like your character's buffs, debuffs, like all the game mechanics whenever you wanted on the menu. Xenoblade 2, one time only, and I got stuck on a part in the game, and this was before Chugga did his Let's Play of it, and I could not find anybody on YouTube or Google with a walkthrough of it, so I just reset the game when Chugga finally did the Let's Play of it, and I haven't touched it since because I preferred watching him than playing it. Xenoblade 3, I have not played because I don't have it yet, but I've heard it's amazing.
Fair. So that is why, and I'll pop yours back up onto the screen. This is Memory
Also, I've
Martin.
never played. Yeah, I've also never played Xenocross. There was another Xenoblade game. I never played it because I never owned the system for it.
Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles S tier for Memory Martin, which is pretty darn impressive. A lot of games Memory Martin has not been able to rank because of unfamiliarity, but surprisingly, 3D Mario's in D.
Oh no, I was again.
Or
I
specifically Super Mario
franchises.
64. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, specifically 64.
But we have Xenoblade Chronicles and Nintendogs and S rank. Animal Crossing, Starfy in A rank. That's pretty impressive.
Okay.
I loved Starfy.
I'm so happy. Another
I'm
Starfy fan.
I'm so upset I lost my copy.
Um,
But
welcome in,
Yoshi,
Daiso. Yes, memory seems a bit quiet. Unfortunately, I can't turn her up anymore. She has to be a little bit quiet. So if there's anything that you need me to reiterate, I can do that for you.
I have Memory Martin at 200% on Discord, and then with
Yeah, I have it in there
a
too.
And I am also at 200% on
Yeah.
my Discord. It
and
is just my laptop.
I actually also have you with a plus what is it? Plus 12 dB boost on my mixer as well.
Oh, see, I don't have a mixer, so that's why I can't do that. Oh, here goes Dan raging again. The
you go.
dogs and Xenoblade. Okay, maybe
Right.
I can excuse Xenoblade, but the dogs are better than Pokemon and Mario Party.
Pokemon is the
Oh, the
sum of
rage
all the
continues,
previous
man.
games.
So
Connected with
Yoshi,
Mario Party.
so your Yoshi is B rank, and so this is where I need to hear
okay.
Scooter. Where is Yoshi for you? Or why?
Okay,
No,
so you
let's see.
know-
Why is Yoshi B rank for you, Memory Martin?
Yeah, let's hear that. So what's with Yoshi being B rank?
I've only played a little bit of it. Well, I told Scooter this because we talked about this last time we called. I've only played a little bit of it. I think I only made it to like World 1. I
Mhm.
love the art style and just well.
Yeah.
That's good. Yep, that'll do it.
Okay.
Love the art style and love Yoshi as a character. Scooter,
Yep.
where would you put Yoshi?
All right, now this is another one I'm going to have you guys guess because you guys know how much I love Yoshi, but where do you feel like the whole Yoshi games, the good, the bad, whatever? where do you
I'm
guys feel like
convinced you're gonna
Yoshi
put
goes?
S because I know you have talked about almost liking Yoshi even more than Super Mario 2D. I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. This is tough for me, guys. This is really tough. As much as I love Yoshi and I love Yoshi's Island, and there's no denying that Mario World 2, in my eyes, is better than Mario World 1. And I like Yoshi's Crafted World, not as much, but it is good. And I do like Woolly World and Yoshi's Story. So, those games are really good. And then obviously Yoshi's Island is like top tier, like triple S rating game, in my eyes. But unfortunately with Star Fox, those games don't really hit me as an impact. Those games, the other Yoshi games, did hit me hard. It hurt. When I played Yoshi's Island DS and then Yoshi's New Island, it hurt. It hurt really, really, really hard for me. I did not like them at all. It ruined a lot of things that I loved about the series.
Oh gosh.
Especially a big department is the music. I usually don't put music so high as a standard, but the music in Yoshi's Island alone, it made such a big impact with that game. The music in the other two games hurt me so bad, and it just really took a lot of enjoyment out of those games.
Okay.
So this is tough. This is really, really tough. So with that in mind, yeah, there's no way I could put Yoshi in S tier. It doesn't leave the same impact in the highest quality compared to the other ones, and Star Fox has had a better run with games than the Yoshis have. And all the rest of them all had stellar games throughout the series. Yoshi is very inconsistent, but the good ones are really good. That's the struggle I have. So, I'm gonna put Yoshi. I'm trying to keep my bias, but I'm not lying. The games that are good, they are so good. Oh, I actually have to think off the top of my head where I'm going to put them because it's hard.
So, this is. I'm biting my nails. What's gonna be? I'm on the edge of my seat. Retro Edition, by the way, so good to have you here. We are doing a review of the tier list for Nintendo franchises that I had put together for my 800th stream, and I'm now looking at it with Scooter and at the moment, Memory Martin as well.
And Flashlight, welcome in. Oh, thank you for the follow as well. Okay. So, Yoshi, definitely not a F. Definitely not a D. Definitely not a
There's a
C.
shout out for Memory Martin.
Yes. Oh, I will definitely give her a shout out in a minute.
No.
Oh, Daiso, can you please actually give Memory Martin a shout out for me? Just do the exclamation mark shout command, please.
Hi,
Appreciate it.
Daiso.
Definitely not S. I'm really hitting it between A and B. It's so hard. Just because Yoshi seems to be getting on the right track after some of those debacle of games. Yoshi is starting to finally get his foot in the door.
Ow.
I'm going to give it an A rank. It's finally starting to turn around. If it was still going down the same path as it was with the DS and the 3DS era, then it would probably be more towards a B. But because of the fact that, Yoshi's Woolly World was really good, and I even bought it on my 3DS to have my Poochie amiibo because I'm a huge Poochie fan. And, I played through Yoshi's Crafted World, and I enjoyed it. Not as much as Woolly World, but it was still a very enjoyable. And to see a Nintendo official game go in the Unreal Engine 4 for the first time was a nice little thing. So we're starting to see a better direction for Yoshi, and I would hope that it continues to strive. So with that, Poochie ain't stupid. That's right. So I'm gonna settle it at an A, but it's like A minus, B plus. It's like that close. It's barely hitting the A for me. If Yoshi's Island wasn't as good as a triple S game for me, it probably would be lower. But that game did make such a huge impact in my life, and I can't deny the love that I have for that game. It's like Super Mario Brothers 3 is my number one. Yoshi's Island, I think, is my number two. It's made that big of an impact, but I can't deny the inconsistency with Yoshi's games.
So I I initially put Yoshi's Island in C, but here's my new revised tier list as of tonight, and as you'll notice,
Please don't put it in D.
it's an A. It's an A.
Really? What made you change?
So here's the thing, this is an edited list. We're honing it. We're evolving, and it's probably going to change from time to time because we're talking about fundamentally a company that I just enjoy. I enjoy what they do. If they put something out, I probably will try it, and I'll probably get some enjoyment out of it. This is my new tier list.
Okay.
And some of the changes from tonight. Well, first of all, Tingle. It was a joke to put Tingle in F. Sorry, Tingle. Tingle is in Unfamiliar. I do have the games, have not played them. So Tingle is back where he belongs in Unfamiliar. I have no games in F tier right now. I do still say Picross and Pokemon Snap and Pokemon in D, because they're just they're kind of the last games I'd probably go to on this list if I was wanting to pick something up to play. Fire Emblem, Mario Party, Nintendogs, Pokemon Rumble, WarioWare, those are kind of the next up from there. Then when I look at B tier, these are games that I enjoy. But they're not necessarily my favorite genres, or they're not necessarily my favorite examples. A lot of RPGs are in here, some kind of okay racers, but not like the best racers in the world are on here. Smash. I've got, let's kind of zoom in on the B tier for a little bit. Now it's 1080 snowboarding, Brain Age, Chibi Robo, the Cruisin' series, Dylan, Dr. Mario, Mother, F-Zero, Luigi's Mansion, Mario and Luigi, Mario Tennis, Mario versus Donkey Kong, Paper Mario, Pikmin, Punch-Out, Sin and Punishment, Smash, and Wave Race. Up in A then, what makes A stand out to me? These are games that I have either tremendous nostalgia for or really enjoy. They're good, solid games. I'll always enjoy playing them. They may not be the first things I reach for almost from muscle memory with S tier. Oh my gosh! Hey,
Thanks
welcome.
for joining the Friends of
We have a
Mana.
new friend, Amanda. Thank you so much for that
Hey.
follow. Eric, it looks like. Good to see you.
Yeah, welcome in, Eric.
We're doing this tier list. Oh, welcome. Oh, that's fantastic. Yes.
Oh, the tier. Okay, cool. Very cool.
Yeah. Mi español es muy mal. Perdóname. Or lo siento, lo siento.
Poquito, yeah, yo hablo un poquito español.
Oh, sorry.
No, but
Yeah. But
You
but
purchased 2 things flashlight. Ooh.
but yeah. So I did consider that Yoshi's Story. What changed it for me is Yoshi's Story is a game or a series that I do enjoy. I like platformers. I love platformers, and I do actually enjoy them. I put Yoshi down lower, thinking somehow that, because it's not the first platformer I go to, see, but it's sort of an average platformer, I would say. But platformers still rank above. I mean, it's an above average platformer if you look at all platformers. But for Nintendo, it would be an average platformer. And so,
Yes.
so Yoshi, as a average, if we were just looking at platformers, maybe it would be C. But if we're looking at games I go to, I would go to Yoshi's Story over F-Zero. I would go to Yoshi's Story over Smash. I'd go to Yoshi, or any of the Yoshi games over everything else I have in B. So Yoshi gets elevated. I've got ARMS in A now. I've got Metroid Prime in A now. I've got Mario Golf in A, and then all the same stuff as before with Donkey Kong, Kid Icarus, Mario Paint, NES Remix, Labo, Splatoon, Starfy, the Wii series. But my S now, I'm very proud of this S. I tried to keep my S smaller. And if I were to do this again, and I might do this, I might drop everything down where these 3 go to F. These 5 go to D, all of these go to C, all of these go to B, all of these go to A, and then a few would go to S. And if I were to do that, I might share that. But my S rank is Animal Crossing, Donkey Kong Country, Kirby's Adventure, Mario Kart, Metroid, Pilot Wings, Star Fox, Mario World, Mario 2D, Mario 3D, Zelda, and Wario Land. If I did my other version where I adjust this, what I would do, actually I might just do it real quick. Hold on a second.
Go ahead and adjust it, because there's actually 2 things I want to adjust on mine.
Okay.
Now that I'm looking back on it. So please go ahead and finish what you're doing, and we'll do our final work here, and then we'll call that a stream, because I know we're both tired.
It's getting late. Mary Martin, while we set this up, do you have any other things you want to share?
Actually, I had a quick question. Who made this? Like, I know you guys made your tier list, but like, who chose the franchises for this tier?
I don't know.
No, me. This is me.
You chose everything?
Yeah, I made this actual tier list with the images and everything.
I was going to say, I am very surprised you put in the Pokemon games except the Ranger series, because I would have put the Ranger series in S tier just for the dialogue alone. The dialogue, especially in when Gen 4 came out, is hilarious. I'd recommend watching Jaden Animation's video of her playing through the game. It is so funny.
I to be honest, I don't know that I even knew the Ranger series was a thing.
Yeah, so there's
I've heard
Pokemon
of it,
Ranger, Pokemon Ranger Shadow of Almia, and Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs. I want Ranger for Switch. No, please, please.
So I'll have to maybe make that change. But here, this is gonna be just to show you what I'm gonna do here. And by the way, sorry, Eric. do have a Discord. I can't necessarily chat right now. I've got a few people here, and I'm sorry, my Spanish is pretty poor. So I hope you can find someone to chat with, Eric. I'm sorry. So here we go. And this is the list. I'm gonna make some changes real quick. Let's see. I'm gonna do what I was saying before. Drop these all down here. Drop these all down here. Drop these down here.
Oh, Snapple.
This might just be late night mana, not being able to think straight.
Poor Cruisin's back down to C.
Well,
I will admit, most of my rankings are because mostly because I've watched Chugga play through them, or I've played through some
Dan,
of it, but I
don't
can't
worry.
give
We're gonna get
enough.
him in Mario Party. I promise you, we're gonna get him in the Mario Party game on the NSO. I guarantee you. But yeah, I didn't expect us to be live this long for that. I figured we could probably game or something like that, but apparently there's a lot more to talk about than just giving it a rating and calling
Trust
it a
me,
day.
I expect him to bump up Pokemon when he plays through White, because I have a feeling, even though Mana Sprout's obviously not going to really get the full context of the story, I think Mana will like it.
Daiso, it makes sense to call a cactus a Pokemon because they are pokey.
Yes, they
All
are.
right.
And then, do you know what Kentucky is? Do you know what Kentucky is? The only state with a K.
Here it is, friends. I've done
Made
it.
your list.
This is it. So here's what I've done: is I dropped everything down because F wasn't being filled up, and that allows me to differentiate my S and A rank a little bit. And so now for S tier, I have Animal Crossing, Donkey Kong Country, Kirby's Adventure, Mario Kart, 2D Metroid, Star Fox, 2D Mario, and Zelda. And A rank is Pilot Wings, 3D Mario, and Wario Land.
Okay.
That's how I've divided it up. So my top Nintendo franchises: Animal Crossing, Donkey Kong Country, Kirby, Mario Kart, Metroid, Star Fox, Mario, 2D Mario, and Zelda.
Fair enough. And poor Mario and Wario are back in the A tier.
It's basically, think of it like what we were talking before.
The next
Like,
in line.
yeah.
No,
I think that's what I'm gonna do.
No, that's fair. I think that's completely fair. My
Because
change
there's
is,
a very subtle difference there.
yeah, I totally get it. I'm gonna change a few things around here.
Can you possibly, when you're at a point where it's done, pop or save the image and pop it in Discord so I can bring it up on my screen?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Let me get to a point here. Okay. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna be moving some things around because I feel like there should be some D's here. This was tough for me. There's going to be 2 games that I'm going to put in the D tier. And the only reason I feel like that because I don't feel like they made a big enough impact, so I feel like it needs to go a little bit lower. And that goes to Nintendogs and Pokemon Rumble World. I feel like Snap, especially the N64 one, made a bigger impact than any of the Rumble games ever did. WarioWare, I almost wanted to put lower, but it still has enough of an impact. They actually just brought out a new game on the Switch, so it still has more relevance. So I can't move it. As much as I really don't like that game, I still got to give credit where credit is due. And I'm actually going to move up because I look at this and I'm just looking at games that I would play more. This is going to be a little bit more of a bias side because I do still want to have that in there for myself. I'm taking Cruisin' USA, or Cruisin' in general, and I'm putting in A for me. it's going to be just a slight bias on that because I really love the series. And the fact that they brought it back with Cruise and Blast and realized that people want this on their consoles and brought it to the Switch last year shows it's making some kind of impact and people are enjoying the heck out of it. So I think for that reason alone, I'm going to put it into A, because the other ones I see potential, but I don't know how much it's going to really make that potential. Whereas A ranks, all those games already have a lot of potential and can continue to have that potential. B's are more like, it could. It's very well could have more potential, but will it ever get it? I don't know. Pikmin 3 is the only other one that I'm almost considering on that same level of possibly putting in an A, because Pikmin 4, but it's too hard to judge right now because of the fact the game's not out yet.
True.
I think everything else is said on mine. Yeah, I don't think any of these games deserve an F, because they all did something good in their own right. And most of, I would think, even with the ones I haven't played, I'm sure they are still better than what other companies would have done in that type of genre. You know, it's really hard, but
you bring up a good point with that, and I actually am changing my tier list yet again, putting it back to how I had it before I dropped everything down for that reason, because F is really F. I'm not gonna split apart my S tier. So basically, it's back to how it was.
I mean,
before.
don't get me wrong. There are some Nintendo games that came out were F. Like I would put Mario Party 8 alone F.
Oh, like a game on its own, sure.
But
yeah,
as a series, it's got to be like a lot so bad with the series for me to put it in an F. And I don't think any of these ever did any kind of like from what I've, because like I said, I can't judge on the unfamiliars on that type of level. I can only judge from what I've seen and the reception that it has. And none of those I've ever felt like did so poorly that any of them need to be in the F range. Maybe D, but I see most of those games in the familiar probably will be on the C or higher list.
See, for
actually, Mario's Picross actually does have sequels. A lot of them were put in Japan though.
Yep.
So that's an interesting thing.
I actually played the Picross, the Japanese Picross, and surprisingly, I got very far in it despite having no idea what the tutorial was telling me.
That's impressive. I tried playing the.
But that's because I played Pokemon Picross.
I tried playing it on the Nintendo Switch Online, and I couldn't even get through the first level because I'm like, I can't read Japanese. Struggle.
I liked the Zelda Picross on the 3DS.
The Zelda Picross? Okay. But yeah, let me go ahead and say this right now. I'm going to send this right over to you, Mana.
But yeah, this is my list right now.
Yep. So you guys can see my list. So obviously S tier: Donkey Kong Country, Kirby's Adventure, Mario Kart, Metroid, Smash Brothers, Star Fox, Mario World, 2D Mario, 3D Mario, and Wario Land. They've all made probably one of the biggest impacts on Nintendo's, and I still will play them over pretty much anything else. So that's pretty much why it's easy to put them in S tier. And then Animal Crossing, Luigi's Mansion, Mario & Luigi, Mario Party, Metroid Prime, the Paper Mario series, Splatoon, Wii Sports, Yoshi's Story, and Cruisin' are really great series and stuff like that. I guess just the best way to put it is either they didn't have as big as an impact, or I just won't play them as much as those S tiers will, but I will still play them a lot. They're just not the first ones that would come to mind. I guess that's the best way to put it.
Fair.
Yeah, and then B, ARMS, Brain Age, Donkey Kong series, Dr. Mario, F-Zero, Golf series, Mario Paint, Strikers, Tennis, NES, Labo, Pikmin, Stadium, Pokemon, just in general, Punch-Out, Sin and Punishment, and Wave Race. They're all really good games, but I feel like they kind of get a little bit, I guess you could say, a little hidden in the back a little bit in some cases. I mean, Pokemon, not so much, but that's more and less. Also, another problem is the consistency that can cause an issue with it being put in the B range as well. But there are definitely a lot of good games in those categories of B, so they're definitely ones that you don't want to miss, but it's probably ones that you're not going to maybe come back to as often as others, but they're definitely well worth playing.
If you could send
See-
me that list, that would be fantastic. And
Yep. I can do that.
I'm gonna show real quickly. This is Memory Martin's updated one. And did you want to add anything to this, Memory Martin, or
All I
explain
did
any
was
of?
move. All I did was move Wii Sports today.
Wii Sports A? Okay.
Yeah, because I've only played Wii Sports, and that's because I grew up with that with my cousins. So
Oh, do I have the wrong one here? Hold on a second. I might have the wrong
no,
one.
I just did it.
Oh, you just did it. Oh, but
Yeah,
this is different than your one before. Is
Yeah,
probably worth noting.
yeah. So
Um,
like most of the unfamiliar, like the only exception is Zelda, because like Scooter, I've never been a Zelda game. Snap, I've only played once, and that was like the birthday stream when I got it a couple years ago, and that's it. Like that's
So
the only time I played it.
so this here is the old version, and boom, Kirby is now up in S rank.
Mm-hmm.
Couple other little changes. Nothing in D and F for you. I gotcha. Cool,
Nope.
cool. And then Scooter.
I'm just downloaded it right now. I'm setting it over. And I just saved my list to Tier Maker itself too, so I can easily share that
Nice.
on Twitter in a little bit for people
It's
on
gonna
my
be
Twitter
very
page.
interesting. It's gonna be very interesting when we do the Pokemon one.
It will be, especially when we dissect the games and stuff like that.
Oh, you bet I'm
have
gonna dissect the
quite a
games.
bit different. Huh?
You bet I'm gonna dissect the games.
Oh, I know you will.
All right.
That's not even a
Chad
question
expects
in
me
my
to do
mind.
nothing but dissect the games.
I gotta get
Right.
yours up, and then I gotta get to bed. It's
Yep,
too late
I'm
for
working
me.
Same.
I'm making a horrible mistake.
Too
I'm
late for
sorry.
you.
An hour later than I needed to be in bed.
Too late for you. It is 4 a.m. and I have a 12:30 class tomorrow.
Ooh, that's
Oh
brutal.
no.
And I gotta
Alright,
leave
get
by
that
11 just to get to the campus on time.
Come on, come on, come on.
Well, by
Discord.
11:15.
Discord, don't fail me now. I like how I try to drag over and it doesn't.
And that's okay. If it's having issues, I'm gonna go ahead and then call the stream on my side, and we'll go ahead and give. You're gonna keep going, right, Scooter?
Oof, I'm not sure. I'm trying to think about that. Right. Okay, there we go. Copy.
Well, JPK is doing some Tetris 99.
JP is.
Yep.
Well, I'm not gonna do a raid because I gotta just go. I got a jet. So.
There we go. Sent.
Oh, here's the tier list. Okay, hold on. So let me go ahead.
Go ahead and show that off.
Put this up here. Yours is colored all fun and fancy. Okay.
Yeah, I did a little fancy work to it. Let me just say.
He did some fancy stuff. That's what he was doing. All right, there
no,
we
that
go.
was actually done before we got started.
Oh, nice. So here we go. So let's first of all take a look at that unfamiliar list. There we go. A lot of the same ones as me, but there are a few in there that I am familiar with. Looks like we got Nintendogs and Pokemon Rumble coming up in the rear, and then
my wife would put Nintendogs higher. I can tell you that right now. She would probably put that at least in the B range.
I
but for
side with Kendra.
I'm sure you do, but it's not my kind of game, and I don't think it's made that. It made an impact at the time, but it's not ongoing and stuff. It did its part.
I mean, it's on Switch.
Our S tier is remarkably similar. The
Yeah,
only difference being I wouldn't have Smash in S tier.
And I can understand why.
Yep.
I can totally understand why.
And of course, I'd have Animal Crossing up there, but I understand why you don't, so no worries.
Yep, I can't.
I think I might actually consider boosting up a couple of things, like maybe the Cruisin' franchise into A as well. I like that, but I think
it's so much fun.
Where things get the most interesting for ours, I'm noticing, is that you and I have a lot of difference in our A and B tiers.
Oh, absolutely.
So that's fascinating. But I think this was a great exercise tonight. A lot of fun. thank you so much. I will be sure to make a tweet along with a link so that you can make the tier maker lists yourself. Share your favorite Nintendo franchises, and then please do pop that onto that Twitter thread so that we can take a look at everybody's favorite Nintendo franchises. I think this would be really fun. Do you mind? I kind of feel like I'd like to create that thread, and then you can add yours to that one. Reason being, since
Oh heck yeah.
then it's all in one place, and
Yep.
and yeah, and then it was originally something that I put together too, so I feel like
Yeah.
it'd be nice
No,
to.
let's do that.
Okay.
And I got another idea because I know you're gonna go straight to bed. I can stay on a few minutes and just chat with people and just talk about things. So if you want to, so
Perfect.
that way you still feel part of the raid. That way you're not really out of it. Why don't you send everyone to me, and as that I will send everyone over. So if anyone does want to still stay up, then they at least have someone to watch, and I'll find someone fun to send everyone
Awesome.
to. Because
That
I
is
won't be
what I'm
staying up
doing.
much longer as well. Because
Okay.
this actually took a lot more out of me than I thought it would. Because
Oh man, no
it's
kidding, right?
fun.
This is
It's fun.
super
It
fun,
was a good
but
time.
I knew it was going to be somewhat exhausting, especially considering the first one I did. When I was doing this originally, it was a similar sort of thing. I found myself surprised at how tiring it was and how long it took, and then knowing we're basically going through and making another one, I kind of figured.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
that being
But
said,
it was worth it.
totally
It was
worth
worth
it. And Mary Martin, thanks for joining in. That was
Yeah,
awesome as
thank you,
well.
Memory
Yep.
And everybody, I'm gonna just go ahead and say, check out Scooter and Memory Martin. We're gonna give Scooter a raid, so you can follow Scooter if you'd like. I gave a shout out to Memory Martin earlier, but you'll see Memory Martin in the chat. Do good, be well, stay safe and healthy, and I'll catch you next time, probably next week. Bye bye.